Chapter 101. This scene made everyone from the spiritual martial palace dazed, and they didn't know what to do. Who would have thought that Lord Guanjuan of the Cloud Country would be defeated by a junior so easily? Master! Yi Linian and the others exclaimed as they flew to Lord Guanjuan's side. Everyone stared at Quan Chen angrily, but they couldn't hide the fear in their hearts. Don't do anything. Lord Guanjuan steadied himself and sent a message to the disciples. Alone, he staggered and struggled to stand where he was. Zhao Feng's heart was moved as he looked at Lord Guanjuan's figure facing the enemy alone. If it wasn't for Lord Guanjuan, the cultivators here would have been slaughtered by Quan Chen. Senior Master Su, I'm not a murderer. Quan Chen smiled as he looked at Lord Guanjuan and the others, before landing on Beimoi. Shua! His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Beimoi. What are you trying to do? Beimoi's expression tensed as he realized that his inner strength was still sealed. Quan Chen only stood in front of him with a smile, but he didn't do anything. Brother Beimoi, you're Senior Master Su's core disciple, so you should know that the 9 ranks of the martial path are just the basics. The holy martial path is a new beginning. Quan Chen's voice was gentle. Everyone, including Zhao Feng and Yi Linian, didn't know what Quan Chen was trying to do. I know. Beimoi tried to break through the seals in his body and said, the 9 ranks of the martial path are called the Consolidated Realm. They're meant to strengthen the body and build the foundation. Above the Consolidated Realm are the Ascended Realm and the True Spirit Realm. Among them, the mortal shedding stage is what the secular world calls the saint stage of the martial Tao. It's a stage where one transcends the mortal and enters sainthood, breaking away from the scope of ordinary people. Consolidated Realm, Ascended Realm, True Spirit Realm. His description made Zhao Feng, Feng Hanyue, and the others fall into deep thought. They didn't think that the 9 ranks of the martial path were just the basics, used to strengthen the body and strengthen the foundation. The world of the sect is vast. Your master's cultivation base has always been stuck at the 2nd heaven of the mortal shedding stage. He's just a nobody in the sect. Quan Chen laughed mockingly. A small fry? Everyone was stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. Don't you dare insult my master! Yi Linian, Yang Qingshan, and the others roared in anger. Quan Chen stood on the spot and smiled calmly, not bothering to explain. He was alone, facing a sage state grandmaster from Guangling County, as well as close to 10 experts of the 8th and 9th rank of the martial path. Lord Guanjuan's side didn't dare to do anything. This is strength. Once you grasp true power, you won't have to be afraid even if you face the entire county alone. Zhao Feng was shocked and helpless at the same time. The young man in front of him had such power, crushing all the experts of the Guanjuan Palace under his feet. See, your master didn't deny it either. He's just a minion in the sect. For a genius like you to acknowledge such a person as your master, can you imagine the restrictions? Quan Chen said slowly. Beimoi's face was bright red as he tried to break through the restrictions in his body, but he failed again and again. What do you want? Beimoi finally gave up. He had to admit that the youth in front of him had power that surpassed his master. It was even harder to imagine how strong the other party's master would be after he had surpassed the ascended mortality stage and reached the true spirit stage. My master is an expert at the true spirit realm and is an elder of the Broken Moon clan. He grasps the mysterious power of supreme cultivation and looks down on the common people. He is an expert of the world of sex. Quan Chen's voice became more and more excited as admiration appeared in his eyes. True spirit realm. This was a level that even Lord Guanjuan had to respect. Quan Chen's words made Lord Guanjuan speechless, his expression dim. Perhaps Quan Chen's words were the truth. At this point in time, the martial arts field fell into silence. Lord Guanjuan's eyes twinkled as he sighed. Beimoi, you make the decision. Ha ha ha. Uncle Sue, you're actually so cooperative. Do you think that you're not fit to be Bei Moi's master? Quan Chen let out a long laugh as a smug look appeared in his eyes, along with a sense of superiority. After he finished speaking, he smiled warmly and looked at Bei Moi. My master, Taoist Master Haiyan, is considering accepting you as his disciple. Are you willing to acknowledge him as your master? Become his disciple? This Bei Moi's face showed hesitation and uncertainty. If you agree to become an elder's disciple, you can immediately enter the sect and become an inner disciple. You won't have to suffer in the outer sect. This way, you'll stand at a higher starting point and have the chance to enter the true stage of the clan world. You'll be able to compete with the true dragon geniuses of the continent, chase after the footsteps of kings, and explore the ruins of ancient experts. Quan Chen's voice was filled with bewitchment, revealing a boundless world of possibilities. Not far away, Zhao Feng and the others couldn't control their minds. The real world of sex, the real stage of the continent, what was it like? Back at Sun Feather City, Zhao Feng was already filled with curiosity and expectation towards the outside world. The world of the clan is the true meaning of life and cultivation. If you're willing to become an elder's disciple, you'll have a higher starting point and limitless future. Quan Chen's voice slowly calmed down. He didn't attack Bei Moi, he only smiled and described a world full of excitement and temptation. At this moment, Bei Moi was facing such a choice. Should he become a disciple of the clan or follow an elder of the clan? You should also know that Su Ran and my master, Taoist Master Haiyan, are enemies. If his disciple enters the clan, I guarantee that he won't be able to achieve much. Quan Chen's smile had a hint of coldness in it. Zhao Feng and the others couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't hard to imagine that Quan Chen's master had an irreconcilable enmity with Lord Guanjuan Su Ran. If Lord Guanjuan's disciple entered the Broken Moon clan, it was very likely that he would be suppressed. No matter how talented Bei Moi was, he was still a baby in the cradle, and in the eyes of the elders he was like an ant. It was extremely easy for them to suppress him. Hearing up to here, cold sweat appeared on Bei Moi's forehead and fear appeared in his eyes. What do you think? Quan Chen reached out his hand and released Bei Moi's inner strength. Bei Moi's face was filled with struggle as he looked at Lord Guanjuan and Quan Chen, who was smiling warmly. Yang Qingshan and the others were about to scold him, but they were stopped by Lord Guanjuan. After a long while, Bei Moi said expressionlessly, I'm willing to follow Haiyan Master. After making this decision, he returned to his old self and endured the scolding of Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan. Good. A good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Many years later, you'll be thankful for your decision today. Quan Chen let out a satisfied smile. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Lord Guanjuan. Martial Uncle Su Ran, you won't reject me if I take this prodigy away on behalf of the elders, right? Quan Chen looked at Lord Guanjuan with a smile. Playfulness could be seen in his eyes as he admired Lord Guanjuan's helpless face. Go. Lord Guanjuan's face was pale white, and he seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant. He waved his hands powerlessly and didn't even look at Bei Moi. At this moment, Zhao Feng and the others nearby couldn't help but have pity in their eyes. They knew how much love and expectation Lord Guanjuan had for Bei Moi, and now such a super prodigy was taken away by the enemy. How could they not be sad? Zhao Feng could almost hear Lord Guanjuan's heart twitching and dripping blood. Su Ran, Master told me to tell you this. You're destined to be stepped on by him for the rest of your life. Your woman will be taken by him, and your best disciple will be taken away. Quan Chen coldly left a sentence before he left. Wah! Lord Guanjuan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. You're destined to be stepped on by him for the rest of your life. Your woman will be taken away by him, and your best disciple will be taken away. These words echoed around the martial arts field once or twice. Zhao Feng and the others felt their hearts go cold. They couldn't imagine what kind of humiliation Lord Guanjuan had to endure in the clan. They could imagine how Lord Guanjuan had been defeated by that person time and time again, and even his most beloved woman had been taken away. He had spent so much effort to raise a prodigy so that he could beat that person one day. But who would have thought that the disciple he had put so much effort into would also be taken away by someone else? This is a completely unfair fight. That so-called Haiyun master is just playing with master. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel angry. He was only an outer disciple of Lord Guanjuan, and he didn't have a deep relationship with him. But at this moment, there was a strong impulse in his heart. If it was possible, he would definitely seek justice for this poor old man, for this cheap master. Seeing Quan Chun and Bei Moi leave, everyone in the martial arts field was silent. Yi Linyin, Yang Qingshan, and Nan Gongfan were filled with anger as they cursed at Haiyun Master and his disciple, as well as Bei Moi. Don't blame Bei Moi. Lord Guanjuan smiled bitterly. Master, why are you still protecting that bastard? Nan Gongfan said unhappily. Lord Guanjuan took a deep breath and sighed. Mo is very smart and logical. With his talent, if he doesn't submit, he might be crippled by Quan Chen on the spot. Geniuses like him are usually taken in as disciples by the upper echelons of the clan. This is something that Haiyun Master doesn't want to see. Hearing Lord Guanjuan's analysis, Zhao Feng and the others understood. Bei Moi didn't have a path of retreat, and a good bird chose a good tree to nest in. After the storm, Lord Guanjuan looked at the remaining disciples and smiled. Although Bei Moi has left, the 3 spots won't change. With Bei Moi gone, there was less competition for the 3 spots. This was a good and bad thing for the remaining disciples. Your talent is far below Bei Moi's, and as long as you don't stand out, Haiyun Master won't make things difficult for you. Of course, the people below will bully and make things difficult for you. Lord Guanjuan's voice was bitter and weak. He didn't have much hope for the remaining disciples. He just wanted to do his duty as a teacher. Chapter 102. On the potholed and cracked training field, the disciples fell into a brief silence. Zhao Feng saw the last bit of hope disappear from Lord Guanjuan's eyes. This marquis who had shaken the cloud country and reached the heavens with his martial prowess seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. Zhao Feng knew that Bei Moi had been taken away and Lord Guanjuan's last bit of hope had been destroyed. As for the other disciples, Lord Guanjuan didn't have much hope. At this moment, the disciples fell into deep thought. The choice they made next would affect their entire lives. The opportunity to enter the world of sex was something that all martial arts geniuses yearned for and looked forward to. But the problem in front of them was that if they entered the clan, they might be bullied or even bullied. It wasn't hard to imagine that this would be a harder and more challenging path than other clans. Not knowing why, Zhao Feng felt a sense of ambition and motivation, as if there was a flame burning in his heart. His left eye flashed with a faint azure light, as if there was a flame dancing in it. No matter how hard it is, I'm willing to try. Bei Moi, that bastard, I'll teach him a lesson. Yang Qingshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. His decision made Zhao Feng's expression change. It looked like he wasn't the only one that didn't want to give up. Among his fellow disciples, Yang Qingshan was the most passionate and sincere, and he was also very loyal to his master. I won't give up either. The entrance exam of the Broken Moon clan only happens once every 5 years. Nan Gongfan agreed after thinking for a while. In front of them was a vast door. Whether or not they could step through it was something that most martial artists didn't even have the chance to do. The sex entrance examination was usually held once every 5 or even 10 years. If they missed this chance, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. We can't miss this chance. Feng Hanyue nodded his head in agreement. Finally, it was Zhao Feng's turn. I promise Bei Moi, I won't go back on my word. Nan Gongfan and the others paused, but they soon remembered that Zhao Feng and Bei Moi had an agreement. They would fight after they entered the clan. Towards this, the others smiled and didn't think much of it. Lord Guanjuan sighed in his heart as he saw the actions of his disciples. He understood these youths' drive to not admit defeat. But Lord Guanjuan wasn't too optimistic about the future. He just didn't want to crush the confidence and pride of his disciples. Next, the few of you will fight for 3 spots. Lord Guanjuan said expressionlessly. When Bei Moi was around, the 6 of them had to fight for 3 spots. But now, 5 people were fighting for 3 spots, so the competition was relatively small. No. Zhao Feng's gaze swept across his senior brothers, and his expression suddenly changed. Other than Bei Moi, there were still Yang Qingshan, Nan Gongfan, Feng Hanyue, and Zhao Feng. There was still one person missing. Sister Yu Fei is missing. Zhao Feng turned pale with fright. Only then did the crowd realize that they were still missing a junior sister. The martial arts arena had become a mess because of the previous battle between Sage Realm Grandmasters. Moreover, they had suffered a heavy blow not too long ago. So, no one had noticed that one person was missing. Hurry up and send people to search. Look at the collapsed houses over there. Lord Guanjuan immediately ordered. Yi Linyin and 3rd Guard immediately ordered the Guanjuan Corps and the other guards to search. Zhao Feng and the others also started to search nearby. When Lord Guanjuan and Quan Chin fought, there were many houses that collapsed and holes were left on the ground. Zhao Yufei might have been caught up in the battle. Everyone worked together to clean up the ruins around the battle. No, there's no sign of anyone. At least there's no sign of the battle. After searching for a long time, no one could find Zhao Yufei. Lord Guanjuan said solemnly, When I fought with Quan Chen, I tried to avoid the crowd, so no one would be caught up in the battle. Even if Zhao Yufei was dead, there should at least be a corpse. However, the current situation was strange. There was no sign of Zhao Yufei in the vicinity of the martial arts practice field. She disappeared? How is that possible? Zhao Feng's breathing quickened and his face was full of worry. Expand the search area, Lord Guanjuan ordered. Soon, Yi Linyin led hundreds of elite guards to expand the search area with the spiritual martial palace as the center. But there was no sign of anyone in the spiritual martial palace. To find Zhao Yufei, the Guanjuan palace had mobilized thousands of people. A living person can't just disappear into thin air. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. Tung! With a leap, he flew onto a large tree and leapt again, arriving at the tallest tower in the Guanjuan palace. Brother Zhao, what are you doing? The people below were confused. Yi Linyin and Feng Hanyue knew a bit of the situation. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei come from the same family, and their relationship has always been good. Yi Linyin said to Lord Guanjuan. At this moment, Zhao Feng stood on top of the tower and he took in a deep breath. His eyes became sharp as he scanned the entire Guanjuan palace. With his super eyesight, he quickly scanned through the Guanjuan palace. 10 breaths later, Zhao Feng's left eye extended from the Guanjuan palace to the outside. At a certain moment, his heart skipped a beat as he locked onto a corner 10 miles away from the Guanjuan palace. A familiar figure appeared in his sight. At the corner of the street, a one-armed old man and a young girl stood together. Grandfather, why did you take me away? Zhao Yufei's eyes were filled with unwillingness as she looked back in the direction of the Guanjuan palace. The one-armed old man sighed. Firstly, Lord Guanjuan didn't see your true potential. Secondly, Grandfather doesn't know that he's enemies with someone at the true spirit realm. This means that the Broken Moon clan isn't suitable for you. But Brother Zhao Feng, all that was left in Zhao Yufei's heart was worry for someone. Don't worry, his talent isn't enough to catch the eye of someone at the true spirit realm. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to have low talent. The one-armed old man said with self-mockery. Zhao Yufei obviously understood her grandfather's meaning, but she felt that Zhao Feng wasn't as simple as a half-spiritual body. After saying this, the two immediately headed out of the Guanjuan province city. They didn't know that their movements had been seen by Zhao Feng, who was in the Guanjuan palace. Zhao Feng could see the one-armed old man and Zhao Yufei, but he couldn't hear their conversation. Knowing that Yufei was safe, Zhao Feng let out a breath. Whatever, everyone has their own path. Zhao Feng had originally planned to chase after them, but he gave up in the end. After all, Zhao Yufei wasn't forced to be taken away. The one-armed old man who had taken her away was Zhao Yufei's grandfather. Back in the Zhao clan, Zhao Feng had felt that the old man wasn't simple. The one-armed old man had taken Zhao Yufei away in the chaos without anyone noticing. After confirming Zhao Yufei's safety, Zhao Feng returned to the spiritual martial hall. On the same day, the Guanjuan palace's search expanded to the entire province city. In the end, they found traces of Zhao Yufei, and it was said that she had left with a one-armed old man. That one-armed old man is Yufei's grandfather. He's been very mysterious since he was in the Zhao clan. Zhao Feng came out to explain. After confirming the news, the group stopped searching. Lord Guanjuan didn't think too much about it. His core disciple had already been taken away, so he wouldn't feel disappointed if an outer disciple was taken away. But he still had to do his duty as a teacher. Now, the four of you will fight for the next 3 spots. Lord Guanjuan's eyes scanned across the 4 of them. Of the remaining disciples, Yang Qingshan was the most talented, but he was still far from Beimua. After him was Nan Gongfan, Feng Hanyue, and finally Zhao Feng. The spots were Yang Qingshan, Nan Gongfan, and Feng Hanyue. Lord Guanjuan's initial decision was based on talent, because in the clan world, talent determined how far one could go in the future. Of course, only Zhao Feng had the chance to challenge him. When Beimua was here, Lord Guanjuan had allowed him to challenge him, but before he could do so, he was interrupted by Quan Chin. I challenge Nengong Fan. Zhao Feng said without hesitation. Among his senior brothers, the one he disliked the most was Nan Gongfan. Naturally, he would not stand on ceremony now. You're challenging me? Nan Gongfan was slightly surprised. Among the 3, Nan Gongfan and Yang Qingshan had both reached the peak of the 8th layer. Their cultivations were obviously stronger than the others. They had thought that Zhao Feng would challenge Feng Hanyue, as his chances of winning were higher. Feng Hanyue let out a breath of relief. He was even more wary of Zhao Feng than Nan Gongfan. It's starting, Yi Linyun announced. Lord Guanjuan and Yi Linyan were both present for the competition. Yi Linyan was full of expectations for Zhao Feng. Lord Guanjuan, on the other hand, was disinterested. But everyone could understand that Lord Guanjuan had lost his most beloved disciple, so he must be depressed. Junior brother Zhao, today we can have a proper battle. Nan Gongfan smiled as he thought to himself that he would teach Zhao Feng a lesson this time. Last time, when they sparred, he had suppressed his cultivation to the same level and lost to Zhao Feng, losing to him in a humiliating manner. This time, he didn't need to suppress his cultivation in a fair and square battle. Suction force. Nan Gongfan waved his sleeves, and a white gust of air flowed in all directions toward Zhao Feng. Shua! In an instant, the dust in the surroundings was pulled by the strong wind towards the range of Nan Gongfan's chi wave. If it was a normal martial master, they would probably be at Nan Gongfan's mercy. Even a 9th stage ranker would have to go through a lot of trouble when facing this kind of chi field suction force. If he was not careful, he would fall. This was the power of a holy martial art. However, the young man in front of Nan Gongfan had an extremely heavy body. It was as if his feet were rooted in the ground. He didn't move at all. The holy martial art, godly suction force, couldn't even move Zhao Feng. And this was when Nan Gongfan's cultivation was higher than his. Yi Linyun, Yang Qingshan, and Feng Hanyue were all shocked. Only Lord Guanjuan's expression was calm, but a strange light flashed across his eyes, but he didn't show it. Suction force. Star finger. Zhao Feng pointed out his finger and merged the suction force into the 6th level of star finger. Shoo! In a split second, a sharp and ear-piercing finger whistle tore through the night sky. That cyan streak of light was like a meteor, dragging along the sound of thunder, and even more so had the momentum of a storm. Everyone's heart jumped when the finger was pointed out. What a powerful finger! Yi Linyan didn't doubt that the power of this finger was enough to threaten a cultivator of the 9th rank. Yang Qingshan and Feng Hanyue felt like they couldn't defend against it. Poof! Nan Gongfan's heart trembled when he faced this attack. He could only watch helplessly as the suction layer of the aura activated by great suction force was pierced through by his opponent's finger. Chapter 103. Zhao Feng's finger shocked everyone present. The youths of the same generation felt like they couldn't fight back at all. Yang Qingshan even had the feeling that Bei Moi had appeared again. Even the gloomy Lord Guanjuan's eyes lit up for a moment before he calmed down and focused on the battle. Puchi! Zhao Feng's finger broke through Nan Gongfan's suction force and pushed the latter back. In a single move, Zhao Feng had gained the clear advantage, even suppressing his opponent. Suction force. Nan Gongfan once again used his holy martial art and merged it with the wind. He didn't want to fight against Zhao Feng head-on. He realized that Zhao Feng's attacks were too strong. Star Finger was at the 6th level, and it was only one step away from the 7th level. This meant that Zhao Feng had almost mastered this half-holy martial art to the max level. The most terrifying thing was that Zhao Feng had merged the tornado stance into Star Finger, and it had increased the power by more than a level under the effect of the incomplete holy martial skill. Thus, in that exchange just now, Zhao Feng had unquestionably won. I only merged 50 to 60% of tornado stance into it, but it was so powerful. Zhao Feng himself was also shocked. In the following exchange, Nan Gongfan used his movement skill and used the wind from suction force to move around at an extremely fast speed. When did this guy become so strong? He's even stronger than Yang Qingshan. Nan Gongfan hadn't calmed down yet, and he wanted to test Zhao Feng's strength. If that finger was one of Zhao Feng's killer moves, he might be able to deal with it. If that finger was just a normal attack, he wouldn't believe it. Flowing wind stance. Smoking transparent step. Zhao Feng's footwork suddenly changed, and his body blurred as he vanished. Without a sound, he followed the direction of the wind and unleashed the half-holy grade martial technique, misty shadowless steps, to a terrifying extent. Even though he was within Nan Gongfan's wind aura, Zhao Feng was still able to utilize his opponent's wind aura to the fullest. Nan Gongfan was scared out of his wits. He almost couldn't figure out Zhao Feng's movement. Tornado style. Star finger. The explosive sound of the finger force piercing through the air suddenly came from the side. Its power was not inferior to the last time, and it was even stronger. A chill ran down Nan Gongfan's spine. He activated his saint-grade inner force mental cultivation method and waved his sleeve, barely managing to block Zhao Feng's attack. The two forces collided with each other, and a strong gust of wind swept out for more than 10 meters. The ground under their feet was peeling off layer by layer. Chi! Nan Gongfan felt a sharp pain in his arm. His sleeve was pierced by Zhao Feng's finger force, leaving a bloody mark on his white arm. After exchanging 2 or 3 moves, Nan Gongfan was already slightly injured. For the next few moves, Zhao Feng's speed, movement, and attack power were all higher than his. Nan Gongfan couldn't even breathe. He used all of his skills, but he was still beaten by Zhao Feng. On the other hand, his attacks couldn't hurt Zhao Feng at all. Whirlpool wind stab. Nan Gongfan used his most powerful attack in this critical moment. A white whirlpool pierced toward Zhao Feng. The power of this attack had reached a level that could threaten cultivators of the 9th rank of the martial path. Silver air barrier. Zhao Feng stood still as a half-transparent silver air barrier appeared on his body. Dang! It blocked Nan Gongfan's most powerful attack. In the end, Zhao Feng didn't move at all, and the silver air barrier didn't even break. This meant that Nan Gongfan's most powerful attack couldn't even break through Zhao Feng's defense. What shocking defense! Unless Brother Beimwa is here, we won't be able to break through his defense in a short amount of time. Yang Qingshan exclaimed as he looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. Holy martial art, silver wall technique. You've trained it to such a level. Yi Linyan was overjoyed. He had to admit that even though he had high hopes for Zhao Feng, the latter's performance had exceeded his expectations once again. Not bad. Lord Guanjuan, who had been silent all this time, had a hint of joy in his eyes. With Lord Guanjuan's status, he could obviously see the holy martial art intent that Zhao Feng had merged into his attacks. In fact, not all saint-grade martial tactics contained concepts. However, those saint-grade martial tactics that contained concepts were undoubtedly more difficult to comprehend and cultivate. But right in front of him, there was a genius who had successfully merged the intent of a holy martial art into his attacks. There was no need to judge. Zhao Feng had won this battle. The entire sparring lasted no more than 10 moves. Nan Gongfan felt like his soul had left his body. He couldn't believe that he would lose to a youth whose cultivation, age, and talent were all lower than his. But this was the truth. He couldn't accept it. Don't give up. Even Beimwa lost to him in many areas. Yang Qingshan comforted. Hearing this, Nan Gongfan felt a little better. That's right. Even the super genius Beimwa had lost to Zhao Feng several times. In terms of memory, Beimwa lost to Zhao Feng. In the sparring last time, Zhao Feng's attack had pierced through Beimwa's sleeve and broke his perfect body. In the Beast Horde, Beimwa's battle points also lost to Zhao Feng's. At the end, Beimwa even made a deal with Zhao Feng to have a showdown in the clan. Zhao Feng agreed without hesitation. That's right. This guy is insane. Luckily his talent isn't high. Thinking up to here, Nan Gongfan felt better. Yang Qingshan's words also made the others think. In terms of talent, Zhao Feng was far from Beimwa's level, maybe even lower than Nan Gongfan's. But under this situation, Zhao Feng could beat Beimwa in many areas. Thinking up to here, Yi Linyun and Su Ran looked at each other. A sliver of hope appeared in Lord Guanjuan's eyes, but it was soon extinguished as he sighed and shook his head. Obviously, he didn't think that Zhao Feng could replace Beimwa. Lord Guanjuan's experience in the clan made him understand how much talent could increase one's cultivation. After beating Nan Gongfan, Zhao Feng had taken a spot. Everyone here even thought that he was the strongest, even stronger than Yang Qingshan. Zhao Feng's left. I also caught the change in Lord Guanjuan's expression. Even though his performance had surprised his master, he couldn't replace Beimwa. Even if Nan Gongfan lost, he still had a chance to challenge Beimwa. I challenge Feng Hanyue. Nan Gongfan was able to keep his composure. He admitted that he couldn't beat Zhao Feng, and Yang Qingshan had lost more often than he won. Therefore, Feng Hanyue was the most confident. Whether it was cultivation, talent, or martial arts, he was better than Feng Hanyue. Soon, a battle began on the field. Nan Gongfan and Feng Hanyue fought for 40 to 50 rounds before a winner was decided. Feng Hanyue fought with his life on the line and managed to last 50 rounds. But in the end, Feng Hanyue still lost to Nan Gongfan. The difference between the two couldn't be made up for with other factors. All right, the 3 spots have been decided. Feng Hanyue, don't give up. Even if you can't enter the clan, you still have a chance to become my successor. Lord Guanjuan's voice was calm and had a slight smile on it. No matter what, he had seen a surprise in this battle. After the spots were decided, Zhao Feng, Yang Qingshan, and Nan Gongfan would have to participate in the clan examination 20 days later. The disciples left one by one. Zhao Feng, you stay. Lord Guanjuan told him to stay. Spiritual martial hall in a study room. Only Zhao Feng and his master, Su Ran, were present. My name is Su Ran. I entered the Broken Moon clan a long time ago, but I wasn't able to reach the Ascended Realm before the age of 30. Afterwards, I stayed in the Outer Affair Division and was responsible for the mortal world. Lord Guanjuan told her about his past and identity. Zhao Feng understood that although Lord Guanjuan had reached the Ascended Realm, which was the holy martial path, he hadn't entered the core of the clan. Lord Guanjuan had entered the clan a long time ago and started a feud with a talented youth. That youth had defeated him many times, humiliated him, and even took away the woman he loved. Regarding this, Lord Guanjuan kept it in his heart, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to that youth. Instead, the distance between them grew further and further. Lord Guanjuan wasn't willing to give up, and after entering the mortal world, he used his power to gather geniuses from all over the world. Since I can't complete this wish myself, then I can only rely on the geniuses of the younger generation, because the older generation will die and the future will belong to the younger generation. If my disciple can beat that person, then at least I'll be able to vent my anger. Lord Guanjuan finished the story. Zhao Feng knew that the youth Su Ran's master was talking about was Hai Yun, master of the Broken Moon clan. Why did master ask me to stay and talk about this? Zhao Feng asked. Because I've seen many surprises from you. You can beat Beimwa in many aspects. Maybe you have a 10% chance of fighting Beimwa in the future. Lord Guanjuan said with a smile. 10% chance, or maybe. Zhao Feng didn't think much of it. Although Beimwa's talent was high and he felt a lot of pressure, he didn't think that there was only a 10% chance. If I'm not mistaken, your silver wall technique has reached the 8th level. That's really surprising. In terms of body strengthening, you're also stronger than Beimwa. After entering the Broken Moon clan, if you're able to obtain the 9-twist golden wall technique of a higher level and successfully learn it, your chances will increase. Expectation appeared in Lord Guanjuan's eyes. 7-twist golden wall technique? Zhao Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. From the name, this 9-twist golden wall technique was the ultimate version of metal wall technique. The silver wall technique was already a saint-grade martial skill. So how powerful would the ultimate version of the 9-transformation golden wall technique be? Of course, it's extremely hard to get the 9-twist golden wall technique. This is a famous martial art of the Broken Moon clan, and normal inner disciples can't even learn it. Lord Guanjuan shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Feng knew that it would be extremely hard to get this martial art. However, he was now truly tempted by this martial art. When the time came, he would come up with all sorts of methods, be it stealing or robbing, to get his hands on it. Master, can I try the crystal ball that I used to test my constitution again? Zhao Feng suddenly asked. Last time, Zhao Feng's result was the 5th circle, and his talent was a half-spiritual body. Chapter 104. Zhao Feng's request made Lord Guanjuan pause for a second. Then he shook his head and smiled. Talent is decided at birth. It can't be changed. Unless you have a special talent. But under his disciples' expectant gaze, Lord Guanjuan couldn't reject it, and he took out a special crystal ball from the study room. Lord Guanjuan was a bit disappointed that Zhao Feng only had a half-spiritual body last time, so he didn't have much hope this time, so he just treated it as another test. Most people's talents were mortal bodies, which were split into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and extreme. A half-spiritual body had already surpassed a mortal body, and it was already considered an excellent talent for most people. But compared to true geniuses, a half-spiritual body wasn't even worth mentioning. Zhao Feng took the crystal ball and took a deep breath, concentrating and injecting some inner strength into it. The inside of the crystal ball glowed with rings of white light. 1 circle, 1.5 circles, 2.5 circles, 2.5 circles. When it reached 2 circles, it started to slow down. When it reached 2.5 circles, it almost stopped. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Last time when he tried his best, the white circle also stopped when it reached 1.5 circles. It was the same situation. But this time, Zhao Feng went 1 more circle than last time. Pepe! Pepe! When his concentration reached the limit, the dimension of his left eye started to beat. The 2.5 circles of white light started to extend again. The talent test was based on the entire body. The first 2.5 circles were for Zhao Feng's body, not including the mysterious left eye's result. Now that the left eye's talent was included, the result was completely different. 2.5 circles, 3 circles, 3.5 circles. For circles, the white circle reached the limit of a mortal body in the blink of an eye, and it didn't stop. At this moment, even Lord Guanjuan had a concerned expression on his face. For circles, 4.5 circles, 5.5 circles. The result on the crystal ball was a whole circle better than last time. Last time, Zhao Feng barely reached 5 circles, which was why he was a half-spiritual body. If it completely stabilized at the 5th ring, it would be a true spirit body, representing the talent of the inferior spirit body. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's result was 5.5 laps, which was between a low-class and a middle-class spirit body. This result had already surpassed Feng Hanyue and was on par with Nan Gongfan. Unbelievable. Your results this time are much better than last time. Such a situation is extremely rare even in the sect. Looks like you have the legendary variant physique? Lord Guanjuan was overjoyed. Ever since Bei Moi had been snatched away, true hope had once again appeared in his dim eyes. Dare I ask, Master, what is a mutant constitution? Zhao Feng asked. The so-called heterogeneous physique refers to some special physiques that are out of the norm. Using normal testing methods, there will be unstable and inaccurate situations, making it difficult to obtain true results. In the past, there were similar examples in the sect world. A youth with a strange physique was only a low-grade spirit physique during the initial test, but his final achievement was much higher than some high-grade spirit physiques. Lord Guanjuan explained. So that was how it was. Zhao Feng could roughly understand the origin of the heterogeneous physique. But he knew that his talent came from the mysterious left eye which had changed his body time and time again. Without merging with the left eye, my talent can exceed a middle-class mortal body. It might even be a low-class mortal body. Zhao Feng knew this clearly. Without merging with the left eye, his talent was very average. Putting aside Bei Moi and Nan Gongfan, even Zhao Linlong and the others from the Zhao clan were geniuses that he couldn't reach. After confirming Zhao Feng's true talent, Lord Guanjuan's face was full of joy and expectation. The tests for heterogeneous physiques and talent weren't stable and accurate. Maybe Zhao Feng's true talent was even higher than before. No matter what was said, Zhao Feng's talent was even higher than last time. His future potential would only be greater. Try it a few more times. Lord Guanjuan's eyes were full of hope as he suggested. Okay. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He concentrated and tried again. But the result was the same as before, 5.5 circles. 5.5 circles. There's still a big gap between him and Bei Moi. His talent was close to 8.5 circles. You have to know that 8 circles is the limit of a spiritual body. Lord Guanjuan sighed. The crystal ball's result was 1 to 4 circles, representing the 4 levels of a mortal body. 5 to 8 circles represented the 4 levels of a spiritual body: low, middle, high, and extreme. However, Bei Moi's result was close to 8.5 circles. Could it be that there's a higher talent than a spiritual body? Zhao Feng had a feeling. That's right. Bei Moi is half a step away from the legendary Earth spiritual body and Heaven spiritual body. Lord Guanjuan took a deep breath. Earth, spiritual body, and heaven, spiritual body. Zhao Feng's heart shook. His feeling was right. But the heaven and earth spiritual bodies are almost extinct on this continent. At least in the past 100 years, there hasn't been anyone with such talent. Bei Mo's talent is half a step away from the earth's spiritual body. This shows his potential. Lord Guanjuan sighed as his expression dimmed. But when his gaze landed on Zhao Feng, hope reappeared on Lord Guanjuan's face. After all, Zhao Feng had a changeable spiritual body, and it was almost on the same level as the earth's spiritual body. There's still 20 days until the clan entrance exam. If you have any questions or requests, feel free to ask. Lord Guanjuan said to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng understood that Lord Guanjuan had placed his last hope on him, and he would try his best to satisfy his requests. His first reaction was to comprehend more saint-grade martial tactics. But Lord Guanjuan's answer was that before reaching the Ascended Realm, it was best to learn 1 or 2 holy martial arts. With Zhao Feng's current situation, Silver Wall technique and the other half-holy martial arts were at least on the same level as holy martial arts. If he were to learn other holy martial arts, it would waste a lot of time and energy. If you can train Silver Wall technique to the 10th level and enter the Ascended Realm with your body, you'll have more choices in the clan and won't be limited to the holy martial arts of the Guanjuan Palace. Lord Guanjuan smiled. The holy martial arts of the Guanjuan Palace couldn't be compared to the clan's. If he chose too early, it would only limit Zhao Feng's future. Hearing this, Zhao Feng agreed. The reason why he chose Silver Wall technique was because he wanted to create a good foundation for his body when he reached the 9th rank of the martial path. And reality proved that his choice was correct. Master, may I ask, in the world of the sects, how are the cultivation realms divided? Zhao Feng asked. In the clan, the realms are Consolidated Realm, Ascended Realm, True Spirit Realm. Lord Guanjuan explained the cultivation system. Consolidated Realm, Ascended Realm, True Spirit Realm. Zhao Feng had a basic understanding of this system from the experts he had met today. The Consolidated Realm was the 9th rank of the martial path. It was used to strengthen the body and create a good foundation. The Ascended Realm was split into 7 heavens, also known as the Holy Martial Path. The True Spirit Realm was split into 3 heavens. Haiyun Master was an elder of this realm. Before he left, Lord Guanjuan gave the crystal ball to Zhao Feng. Try it when you have time. The talent of a changeable body is hard to come by. Lord Guanjuan said expectantly. It was obvious that he hoped that Zhao Feng's changeable body would have more potential. Zhao Feng took the crystal ball back to his yard. He closed the door. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and took out the crystal ball, concentrating and injecting some inner strength into it. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. For circles, pa. As his left eye jumped, the number of circles in the crystal ball increased to 5.5 circles. Right at this moment, a faint azure glow appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and his eyes became extremely sharp. When testing, he would use his left eye. The crystal ball became brighter and brighter as it continued to increase from 5.5 circles. 5.5 circles. 6 circles. 6.5 circles. 7 circles. Zhao Feng's heart beat rapidly as he looked at the number of circles in the crystal ball. Only after 7.5 circles did the speed slow down. But the final result of the crystal ball was still around 8 circles. 8.5 circles were faintly discernible. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye's power had also reached its maximum. The potential of the left eye is so great. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. If he used his left eye, Zhao Feng's talent would be comparable to Bei Mo's. Under normal circumstances, there would be a gap between them. But the left eye could also give Zhao Feng other benefits. Zhao Feng felt that the power of his left eye had limitless potential and had limitless potential. In the future, his left eye might even have new abilities. There were still 20 days until the clan entrance exam, so Zhao Feng focused on silver wall technique to strengthen his body. 3 days later, Zhao Feng decided to use the golden body strengthening powder. This golden body strengthening powder was extremely overbearing amongst the 9 ranks of the martial path. It could even be called the king of all body strengthening powders. According to the instructions, Zhao Feng poured the golden body strengthening powder into boiling water. As his body was soaked in the liquid, Zhao Feng felt a piercing pain in his bones. It was a life worse than death. No wonder the golden body strengthening powder said that there was a 50% chance of crippling someone at the 8th rank of the martial path. Luckily, Zhao Feng had trained the holy martial art silver wall technique, so his body's defense was extremely strong, so he was able to withstand the power of the pill. Peh, peh. As his left eye twitched, Zhao Feng's absorption rate was extremely high, but it also brought him more pain. After 3 days and 3 nights, Zhao Feng had absorbed most of the golden body strengthening powder's energy. In the next few days, he had to absorb the remaining energy, and at the same time, he had to recover his body. After using the golden body strengthening powder, his body was covered in wounds, and he had to rest for a few days before he could recover. But the effect of the golden body strengthening powder was beyond imagination, and Zhao Feng's silver wall technique had increased by leaps and bounds. If I get another packet of this powder, I might be able to train silver wall technique to the peak 8th level. Zhao Feng thought. He decided to ask his master, Lord Guanjuan, for help. At this time, there were only 10 days left until the clan entrance exam. Chapter 105. The first thing Zhao Feng did after coming out of seclusion was to find Lord Guanjuan. Coincidentally, he had received news from his servant that his master had summoned him 2 days ago and told him to go to the spiritual martial hall. Spiritual martial hall in a study room. What's the result of the tests? Lord Guanjuan's eyes were filled with expectation. He had always thought that Zhao Feng had a changeable body and his talent wasn't stable. The lowest is a half-spiritual body and the highest is a middle spiritual body. Zhao Feng hit it slightly. Middle spiritual body? This kind of aptitude is considered average in the sect. Hearing this, Lord Guanjuan wasn't surprised or disappointed. It was within reason. After all, a changeable body was special, and Zhao Feng's talent should only be higher than a middle spiritual body. After knowing the answer, Lord Guanjuan warned Zhao Feng to hide the fact that he had a changeable body as a warning to Beimois. There was still 10 days until the clan entrance exam. Apart from confirming Zhao Feng's changeable body, Lord Guanjuan also had 2 other goals. The first was to point out the flaws in Zhao Feng's cultivation. Zhao Feng immediately used silver wall technique, star finger, smoking transparent step, lightly floating fairy, and other skills that he was good at. During the process, he would occasionally merge in the intent of the 4 wind stances. Lord Guanjuan nodded his head and pointed out some flaws and room for improvement. Lord Guanjuan was very satisfied with Zhao Feng's performance. It was even better than Beimois'. Zhao Feng was extremely familiar with all kinds of martial arts, and after merging in the 4 wind stances, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even Lord Guanjuan couldn't find any obvious flaws. Not bad. Your 4 wind style contains a wonderful concept, so it shouldn't be an ordinary mortal grade martial tactic. Lord Guanjuan praised. Normal martial art? Zhao Feng was slightly dazed. Lord Guanjuan explained. The normal martial arts in the mortal world are the basics, low tier, middle tier, high tier. They're not ranked at all. In the eyes of the world, the saint grade martial tactic was only considered to be barely graded in the sect, and it was called the mortal grade. Legend has it that above the mortal grade, there is the legendary spirit grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. In the world of sects, saint grade martial arts were just barely passable, and were called mortal grade. In the world of sex, cultivation techniques were divided into mortal, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Among them, the earth and heaven grades were considered lost cultivation techniques on the continent. Understanding this, Zhao Feng was even more aware of his own insignificance, as well as the vastness of the sect world. In 10 days, the sect assessment will begin. I need to explain to you the details and the way to survive. Lord Guanjuan said seriously. This was the second reason why Lord Guanjuan wanted him. Zhao Feng immediately listened. After all, Lord Guanjuan had stayed in the clan before, so he knew the situation there. Lord Guanjuan emphasized the importance of survival. After you enter the clan, your first goal is to become an inner disciple as soon as possible, because outer disciples don't receive much attention from the clan. Even if 1 or 2 outer disciples die, the upper echelons of the clan won't do anything about it. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart went cold. Only by becoming an inner disciple will you receive the protection of the clan. At this point, even Hai Yun Master won't be able to touch you easily. Lord Guanjuan's eyes twinkled. First goal, becoming an inner disciple. Zhao Feng remembered that only by becoming an inner disciple would he have a foothold. Of course, if you become an inner disciple, your performance will be too outstanding. As an elder of the clan, it won't be too hard for Hai Yun Master to hurt you. Therefore, your second goal is to find a backer in the sect and obtain the protection of an elder-level powerhouse. At that time, it will be even harder for Hai Yun Master to touch you. A smile appeared on Lord Guanjuan's face. Second goal, find an elder. After entering the clan, Zhao Feng understood his 2 goals, especially the first one. It was the foundation of his foothold. After answering all the questions, Lord Guanjuan decided to give Zhao Feng some cultivation resources. In the beast horde last time, your battle points were hidden by the first guard. This time, I'll give you 300 battle points so you can't slack off in the last 10 days. Lord Guanjuan said with a smile. 300 battle points was enough for Zhao Feng to do a lot of things. These battle merits could be exchanged for a lot of spirit pills and medicinal ingredients. It wouldn't be a problem to exchange for a bag of treasure gold body tempering powder. Zhao Feng thanked Lord Guanjuan and said his goodbyes. That day, he rushed to the treasury hall to exchange for a precious body-tempering medicinal pill. But he found that the golden body strengthening powder had already been exchanged, and the one he had exchanged for last time was the last one. Helplessly, Zhao Feng could only exchange for some other treasures and pills for body strengthening. After Zhao Feng's exchange, almost all the body strengthening pills in the treasury hall had been exchanged. After returning, Zhao Feng went into seclusion and used the 300 battle points to train Silver Wall technique. 7 days later, Zhao Feng's Silver Wall technique had reached the peak of the 8th level. Currently, his physical strength and defense had reached a terrifying level. Without using his martial art inner force, his physical strength and defense alone were enough to fight against a 9th layer expert. My current strength isn't much weaker than Beimois before he left. Zhao Feng's confidence rose. He was confident that no one in Guanjuan City would be a match for him. It could be said that no one below the Sage State would be a match for him. At this time, there were only 3 days left until the clan entrance exam. Lord Guanjuan finally gathered his 3 disciples, Zhao Feng, Yang Qingshan, and Nan Gongfan. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned over Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan. Over the past few days, the two's cultivation hadn't increased, but their auras had become sharper. Master, we're leaving now. Nan Gongfan was surprised. We're leaving today. Lord Guanjuan said. The Sky Moon Mountain is a few thousand miles away from here. We don't have much time. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. From today onwards, the 4 of them used their movement skills and flew out of the Guanjuan Palace. With the group's speed, they could run more than 2,000 li in a day if they traveled during the day and rested for a few hours at night. They were much faster than ordinary 1,000-li horses. Late at night, the three of them came to a mountain surrounded by clouds. Tung, tung, tung. The few of them leaped across the dangerous cliffs, often leaping 10 to 20 meters into the abyss. It was extremely thrilling. Luckily, their movement skills were good and they could fly in the air for a short period of time. "We're here." Lord Guanjuan stopped in his tracks as he looked at the mountain range that was covered in mist. Under the cover of the moonlight, the majestic mountain range was suffused with a strange cold light, giving people a feeling of boundless oppression that came from the universe. This was the Sky Moon Mountain that Lord Guanjuan talked about. Zhao Feng and the others were shocked when they saw it. Heavenly Moon Mountain was surrounded by a bottomless abyss. It was at least several hundred meters wide and at most several kilometers wide. Cultivators of the 9th rank of the Martial Path obviously couldn't cross the abyss and enter the territory of the Broken Moon clan. Even those at the Ascended Realm would have to think twice. There's an entrance there. Lord Guanjuan took the 3 disciples and went around. After running for more than 10 li, a winding bluestone path in the shape of a U appeared between the cliff and the abyss. From one side of the cliff, it connected to the Heavenly Moon Mountain on the other side. When they arrived at the entrance, there was a group of around 100 people. Most of them were youths under the age of 18, and they were all extremely talented. They were led by their elders, and they waited at the entrance. "HM? Lord Guanjuan, you're here too?" An old man in the crowd greeted Lord Guanjuan when he saw him. Behind the old man were 3 youths, 2 males and 1 female. 2 of them were at the 7th rank of the Martial Path, and the other was a girl who was 14 or 15 years old and was at the 8th rank of the Martial Path. "Hee, Lord Sangtia, how have you been?" Lord Guanjuan replied with a faint smile. This old man was Lord Sangtia from the neighboring province city, and his position in the Cloud Country was the same as Lord Guanjuan's. The 2 marquises both came from the Broken Moon clan, and they knew each other now that they were in the mortal world. As they spoke, the youths behind the 2 old men started to inspect each other. It was obvious that the geniuses led by Lord Guanjuan had the advantage in terms of overall strength. "This is my granddaughter, Lu Yu," Lord Sangtia introduced the girl behind him. Lu Yu was only 14 or 15 years old, the same age as Zhao Feng, but she was at the 8th rank of the Martial Path. At the same age, Nangong Fan and Yang Qingshan couldn't compare to her. There were around 100 youths gathered at the entrance, and most of them were at least at the 7th rank of the Martial Path. Even those below the 7th rank of the Martial Path were extremely young, only 12 or 13 years old. Looking at those who had reached the 6th rank of the Martial Path at 12 or 13 years old, Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. When he was in the Green Leaf Village and the Zhao clan, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. These youths came from many forces, and they were recommended to the Broken Moon clan. Some came from the province city, such as Zhao Feng and his disciples. Some of them came from big families or hidden families, so they had a certain quota. There were also a few that came from the royal family of the Cloud Country. "Look, it's the princess of the Cloud Country, Yun Mingxiang," some youths in the crowd said in low voices. Zhao Feng's gaze turned towards the youths in the royal family. One of them was a beautiful girl who was 15 or 16 years old. She had a noble aura and her looks were exquisite. Princess Yun Mingxiang's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th rank, the same as Nangong Fan and Yang Qingshan. Apart from them, there were also many geniuses in the crowd. However, Zhao Feng hadn't found anyone that was on par with Beimoi. There was a genius of the 9th rank in the crowd, but he was 17 or 18 years old, much older than Beimoi. "Lord Guanjuan, which one of them is Beimoi?" Lord Sangtia had a smile on his face as he inspected Zhao Feng and the others. Hearing Beimoi's name, Lord Guanjuan's expression became slightly ugly, but he didn't explain much and simply introduced Zhao Feng and the others. Lord Sangtia could see that Zhao Feng was the leader of the 3. His granddaughter, Lu Yu, also looked at Zhao Feng with interest. Zhao Feng's age was the same as her, and their cultivation was the same, so they were evenly matched. However, Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the crowd, and he didn't even look at Lu Yu-er and the others. This scene made Lu Yu-er's eyebrows furrow. Chapter 106. The change in expression on Zhao Feng's face was caught by Lu Yu-er. It was obvious that he didn't put any of the geniuses here in his eyes. Even when he glanced at the genius of the 9th rank, his eyes were still filled with disdain. Humph! Lu Yu-er's eyebrows furrowed as she harumphed, but she didn't hide the unhappiness in her eyes. The geniuses at the scene were all very young. Every single one of them was a genius in their respective factions, so they were extremely confident and would never admit defeat. Zhao Feng realized that he had lost his composure when he saw Lu Yu-er's unhappiness. Ever since he entered the sect, he only saw Bei Moi as his true opponent. He didn't care about anyone else. Lord Guanjuan, how is your disciple's talent? What rank of spiritual body does he have? Lord Sangte asked in a probing tone. The person he was asking was Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Nangong Fan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lord Guanjuan shook his head. It's just average talent. He didn't want to talk about Zhao Feng's talent. But this made Lord Sangte and Lu Yu even more curious. I don't believe that his talent is better than mine. Lu Yu-er's face was filled with confidence. Late at night, at the entrance of the mountain path, the geniuses were whispering amongst themselves. Because the clan's examination had to wait until tomorrow morning, everyone was waiting at the entrance. The night was long, and they still had to wait for a few more hours. Occasionally, 1 or 2 youths would get into a fight. Xiao Sun, don't think that you can look down on us just because you've reached the 9th rank of the martial path. Sounds of arguing came from not far away. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man in black clothes in the 9th stage of the martial path clashing with several other young geniuses. The youth in black was Xiao Sun, the only genius of the 9th rank. A bunch of trash! Xiao Sun looked at the youths of the 7th and 8th rank coldly. The aura of the 9th rank of the martial path surged towards them. The youths facing him felt their blood flow slow, and they couldn't breathe properly. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. 2 youths of the 8th rank pounced toward Xiao Sun from the left and right. Instantly, the 3 youths were locked in combat. Every single one of the youths present had cultivated a profound martial art, and their strength was rarely matched against those of the same level. The combined strength of the 2 8th-stage youths was comparable to an ordinary 9th-stage martial Dao cultivator. However, Xiao Sun was no pushover either, as he had cultivated a holy martial skill and a holy martial skill. In just a few rounds, the other 2 youths had no chance of fighting back. Xiao Sun's strength is close to Bei Moi's. Zhao Feng evaluated in his heart. It had already been 20 days since Bei Moi left. At that time, his strength was already comparable to a half-step sage. Now that he had joined the sect and become an elder's disciple, what kind of fortuitous encounter would he have? This Xiao Sun is from the biggest hidden clan in the Cloud Nation, the Xiao clan. This clan has been around for more than 1,000 years. Their foundation is much stronger than a county city. Lord Guanjuan said. This was the first time Zhao Feng had heard that there was such a force in the Cloud Nation that was even stronger than the Guanjuan province city. But even such a great hidden clan had to think of all sorts of ways to send their geniuses into the vast world of sections. Plop, plop. Soon, Xiao Sun had defeated the 2 youths of the 8th rank. Ha ha ha. The first place in this sect assessment belongs to me. Xiao Sun let out a laugh. First place? Hearing this, many of the geniuses present looked at him with enmity, including Lu Yu-er and Princess Yun Mingxiang. The Broken Moon clan used a ranking system. According to what Zhao Feng knew, there were 3 tests in total. Each test would be graded by experts of the clan. At the end, they would be ranked according to the results of the 3 tests. For example, if the Broken Moon clan only accepted 20 disciples, then they would only accept the top 20 geniuses. The higher the ranking, the greater the advantage they would have after entering the clan. It was very likely that they would be chosen by the upper echelons of the clan. Lord Guanjuan had mentioned these details to Zhao Feng and company. But now, Xiao Sun's goal was first, which made many of the youths unhappy. Of course, no one went to challenge Xiao Sunday, because in terms of cultivation, Xiao Sun was indeed first, and his strength was probably first as well. But the problem was that the sex entrance examination tested one's talent, strength, comprehension, and many other aspects. Among them, talent accounted for the highest proportion, reaching 60%. This meant that being the strongest didn't mean that you would be first. Talent is everything in the clan's clan test. That's right. So what if you're strong? If you don't have enough talent, you'll be surpassed sooner or later. Some of the youths present weren't convinced, but they didn't challenge Xiao Sunday. The clan's clan test tested one's talent and body constitution. The experts of the older generation merely smiled at the little squabbles of the younger generation. They did not pay much attention to it. Xiao Sun, Yun Mingxiang, Lu Yu Sun Yuanhao. Zhao Feng's gaze scanned the geniuses present. The one with the highest cultivation was Xiao Sunday. Next was Yun Mingxiang and Lu Yu who were both beautiful and talented. Lastly, there was Sun Yuanhao. The reason why Zhao Feng noticed this person was because he was only 13 or 14 years old, but he was already at the 8th rank of the martial path. Sun Yuanhao had a baby-like face, and he was also shorter than the other youths. Zhao Feng could feel an aura similar to Bei Mua's from this youth. As if sensing Zhao Feng's gaze, Sun Yuanhao suddenly turned his head and the two looked at each other. Sun Yuanhao blinked his eyes and smiled at him with an innocent look on his face. Time passed by slowly. A few hours later, a dim light appeared in the distant horizon. At the moment of dawn, everyone saw the long-awaited sunrise. The faint rays of the sun shone on the fog of the Sky Moon Mountain, reflecting a misty silver glow. As the sun rose up, the outline of the Sky Moon Mountain could be seen. However, there was a weird mist around the mountain, making it hard to see what was going on. Zhao Feng was an exception. His left eye contracted and his gaze became sharp, as if he could see through the mist. Faintly, Zhao Feng saw a scene that was cut off from the rest of the world. Within the mist, there were small streams, lakes, and even fields with all sorts of flowers and herbs. On the green mountain, there were many buildings. The closer it was to the center, the more luxurious it was. When his left eye was pushed to its limit, Zhao Feng saw a deep green palace floating in the air. It was surrounded by a layer of green lightning that was as thick as a thumb. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura. What is that? The entire palace is floating in the air, dancing with the rain and lightning. Zhao Feng was stunned. Every scene and object in the world of the sex was filled with a strange mood and structure, different from the outside world. This was especially so for the floating palace, dancing with the rain and lightning. It gave people the feeling that they were in an era of legends. Zhao Feng's heart couldn't calm down. He felt his left eye twitch, as if it had sensed something. But he couldn't ask anyone else. Because the hall was extremely far away and was shrouded in mist, it was blocked by a mysterious force. Even those at the ascended mortality realm wouldn't be able to see it. Wang, a bright white light, rose up from the other side of the mountain. Zhao Feng's left eye saw the end of the winding mountain road. There was a 10,000-pound stone door that was surrounded by a white light that slowly rose into the air. The clan's open. Someone in the crowd made a sound, and everyone cheered. Tung, tung, tung. Some figures quickly jumped onto the winding U-shaped bluestone mountain path. The entrance exam is about to begin. Lord Guanjuan reminded the 3 disciples as he led the way. After walking down the steep road, the group arrived in front of the 10,000-pound stone door. This stone door was the entrance of the Broken Moon clan. At the entrance, there were 4 youths who gave off an aura that was enough to make those at the 9th rank of the martial path tremble. Zhao Feng opened his left eye and found that the strength of the 4 youths was on par with Lord Guanjuan and the other Holy Realm cultivators. Lord Guanjuan's cultivation was at the 2nd sky of the Ascended Realm, and the 4 youths were around the same. In the outside world, they would be giants with martial prowess, but in the sect, they were just guards. Lord Guanjuan and the other older generation cultivators all took out a special token and passed through. "Greetings, Deacon Xiao." At the entrance, another group of clan members appeared. There were more than 10 of them, and they gave off a suffocating aura. These sect members were all mortal shedding stage powerhouses dressed in green robes with black patterns. In other words, they were sage stage powerhouses who were high and mighty in the eyes of the outside world. The one at the front was a chubby middle-aged man, and he was the Deacon Xiao that everyone bowed to. "Greetings, Deacon Xiao." Lord Guanjuan and the others all came forward and bowed respectfully. The youths below didn't dare to let their guard down, and they also bowed. Zhao Feng felt that the aura from Deacon Xiao was extremely deep, and it didn't leak out at all. His left eye slightly opened, and he felt a surge of power within Deacon Xiao's body which made his blood shake and his left eye twitch uneasily. This Deacon Xiao's strength is probably several times stronger than Master. He can kill normal Holy Realm cultivators with a flick of his finger. Zhao Feng's heart trembled, and he came to this conclusion the moment he opened his left eye. He didn't dare to look too much as he was afraid that Deacon Xiao would notice. "Everyone follow me." Deacon Xiao glanced at the crowd indifferently. It was a look of indifference, as if he was looking at ants. Soon, the group of people arrived at a tall stone stage. On the stone platform, there was a crystal pillar that was 100 feet tall and half a meter in diameter. It sparkled under the sunlight. The first test is the spiritual sky pillar. Everyone get your numbered token. Deacon Xiao instructed his subordinates to have the elders bring the youngsters to register and input their basic information before receiving the corresponding number token. Zhao Feng, number 49. Yang Qingshan, number 50. When they were getting their number tokens, Zhao Feng realized that there were some clan members around the stage. One of them was a handsome youth wearing a black robe who smiled at Lord Guanjuan. "Senior Master, Su Ran, we meet again." Yang Qingshan and Lord Guanjuan looked over, and their faces were filled with wariness and hostility. This handsome youth was the person who had taken Beimua away from the Guanjuan palace, Quan Chen. Chapter 107. Quan Chen's appearance made Zhao Feng and company feel uneasy. Lord Guanjuan said calmly, "Don't worry, he's just a disciple at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm, and he can't interfere with your test." On the stone platform, Deacon Xiao was in control of the situation. He glanced at the surrounding members of the sect with a warning look. The spectating members felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they all moved away from Deacon Xiao, maintaining silence. Quan Chen wasn't an exception, and he didn't dare go against Deacon Xiao's orders. In the Broken Moon clan, deacons were already at the middle level of the clan. Not only did they have power, they also had the ability to look down on cultivators at the Ascended Realm. The first test spiritual sky pillar is to test your talent. Do you see that crystal pillar? That's what the Broken Moon clan uses to test talent. Lord Guanjuan introduced. Zhao Feng and company all looked at the crystal pillar, which was 10 yards tall. It was similar to the crystal ball they had tested before, but it was definitely of a higher grade. Another while later. The geniuses present each received their own number tags and entered their simple, personal information. The first test, Spiritual Sky Pillar, begins. Number 1 Zhang Juncheng. A sect disciple announced loudly. On the stone stage, only Deacon Xiao sat on the chair, and his subordinates were responsible for maintaining order and guiding the test. Soon, number 1 Zhang Junqing stepped onto the stone stage and arrived in front of the spiritual sky pillar. The method of testing was the same as the one Zhao Feng and the others had tested before. Focus your mind and insert your inner strength into it. A layer of white light rippled on the heavenly spirit pillar, and a crystalline light of 40 feet appeared on it. The entire spiritual sky pillar was 10 yards tall. 140 yards meant that the talent of a mortal body was low, middle, high, and peak. The youth's result was 40 yards, which meant that he had a peak mortal body. A measly mortal body dares to step into the world of the clan? Get rid of the clan. A cold and loud voice echoed around the stone platform. The youth who had been tested had lost his soul as he walked down the stage and was kicked out by the clan disciples. This scene caused Zhao Feng's group to look at each other in confusion. One had to know that a genius like Zhao Linlong's aptitude was around the upper grade of the mortal body. At most, it would not exceed the limits of the mortal body. With this kind of talent, he was actually expelled in the first round of the sect test. In reality, not every disciple had a special crystal ball like Lord Guanjuan's, which allowed them to test their talent. Following that, a few young geniuses went up the stage to take the test. The result of the second youth's test was that his body lit up with 15 feet of crystal light, indicating that he had a low-grade spirit body. Low-grade spirit body pass. First round, 2 points. According to the rules of the test, as long as it surpassed 4 meters of light, one would be able to score points and not be expelled. 4.5 feet, 1 point, represented the half-spirit body. 15 feet was a perfect score of 2, representing a low-grade spirit body. 5.5 feet was divided into 3, which was between the low and medium spiritual bodies. So on and so forth. If one had a superior spirit body, one would be able to get 6 points in the first round. 6 points, to a certain extent, was a perfect score. Based on Beimoi's talent, he would be able to reach 10 points in the first test, which would allow him to enter the sect. The first test was the most important one, as it determined the fate of every youth. Number 27, Xiao Sun. The voice of the clan's disciples sounded out. The youths all looked at Xiao Sun, who was the only genius of the 9th rank. Xiao Sun's cultivation of the 9th rank even caught Deacon Qiu's attention as he stepped onto the stage. The heavenly spirit pillar lit up with a crystal light that was 6.5 feet tall. The dazzling brilliance could be seen from several miles away. 6.5 feet! The youths below all exclaimed. 6.5 feet pass. First round, 5 points. Xiao Sun's first round score was close to a perfect score. In theory, 6 points was a perfect score. If Xiao Sun could get 6 points in the first round, he would be directly selected by the clan. He was only half a point behind. The test was still ongoing. Almost a third of the youths would be eliminated in the first round. Number 33, Yun Mingxiang. At a certain moment, the eyes of the youths below the stage were attracted by a noble girl. This time, it was the princess of the cloud country, Yun Mingxiang. The heavenly spiritual pillar lit up with a golden light. Yun Mingxiang's talent had reached a medium spiritual body. 6.5 feet pass. First round for points. In reality, most of the geniuses had scored less than 6 feet. Yun Mingxiang was not only beautiful, but she was also the princess of a country. Adding on her intermediate spiritual body, one could imagine her future achievements. Zhao Feng couldn't help nodding his head. The people he had noticed before all had decent talent. Number 41, Lu Yu. A beautiful girl in a flower dress floated onto the stage. Zhao Feng inspected Lu Yu with interest. Before, Lu Yu seemed to be unhappy with him, and she seemed to be very confident. He just didn't know what talent she had. Dazzling crystalline light burst forth from the heavenly spirit pillar. As the light swallowed and spat out, everyone within a radius of 5 kilometers could see it clearly. My God, The faces of the youths below the stage changed dramatically. The crystal light on the crystal pillar extended to more than 20 meters. 7 feet. Some of the youths were shocked. Not bad. High spiritual body. 7 feet. This is a score that exceeds the first round's perfect score. Number 41, Lu Yu. You don't need to participate in the next round. You'll be directly accepted by the clan. Deacon Xiao's eyes lit up as he spoke. High spiritual body. This was already the best result since the beginning of the test. Lord Songtia, your granddaughter has such talent. Lord Guanjuan's expression changed. Haha, same here. Your disciple, named Zhao Feng, shouldn't be any worse than you. Lord Songtia smiled, because Zhao Feng's age was similar to Lu Yu's, but their cultivation wasn't much different. Therefore, Lord Songtia guessed that Zhao Feng's talent should be similar to Lu Yu's. Lord Guanjuan smiled and didn't reply. After Lu Yu's test, no one else could surpass her. Most of the people were below medium spiritual body. Medium spiritual body was a dividing line, and reaching this level wasn't bad. Number 49, Zhao Feng. The voices of the sect disciples echoed around the stone platform. It was Zhao Feng's turn. Lord Guanjuan, Lord Songtia, and the others all looked toward Zhao Feng. Not far away, Lu Yu had a provocative look on her face. Up until now, Lu Yu's talent was unsurpassed. Zhao Feng calmly glanced at Lu Yu and stepped onto the stage. Lu Yu and Lord Songtia were both shocked. From Zhao Feng's expression, they could feel disdain, as if he didn't put Lu Yu in his eyes. I'm so pissed. Let's see what talent you have, Lu Yu said angrily. But for some reason, facing Zhao Feng's disdainful glance, she felt uneasy. Could it be that his talent really exceeds mine? Not only Lu Yu, even Lord Songtia had a solemn expression. Stepping onto the stage, Zhao Feng placed his hand on the spiritual sky pillar. 25 feet of crystal light quickly rose from the spiritual body pillar. After a slight pause, it quickly rose to 50 feet. The crystalline light was maintained at 50 feet, faintly pulsating, but then it stopped. Zhao Feng felt his left eye twitch, but he didn't open it, or else the crystal light would have reached 8 yards. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng had been studying the crystal ball and could control his talent to a certain degree. 5 yards, low-tier spiritual body, pass. Score 3. The results of the first round were announced. Zhao Feng's talent was average, and he had a low-tier spiritual body. Only low-tier spiritual body? Lu Yu, walked in front of Zhao Feng and laughed. At the same time, she and Lord Songtia let out a breath. The grandfather and grandson duo were scared by Zhao Feng's attitude. After Zhao Feng got off the stage, he glanced at Lu Yu playfully. That brat, he's just pretending. Lu Yu trembled in anger as she realized that they had been played by Zhao Feng. Lord Songtia was also speechless. Before, Lord Guanjuan didn't say anything, so he thought that Zhao Feng really had some talent. Quan Chen, who was secretly watching the test, had a disdainful smile on his face. Low-tier spiritual body? People like this are destined to stay at the bottom of the clan if they don't have anything special to support them. Quan Chen didn't put Zhao Feng's talent in his eyes, not to mention his master, who was an elder of the clan. The test continued. Zhao Feng's performance was very ordinary and didn't attract many people's attention. Lord Guanjuan also let out a breath. According to the plan, Zhao Feng's performance was very successful. Next was Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan, who got 6 yards and a half yards respectively. Zhao Feng didn't think that Yang Qingshan would also have a middle-tier spiritual body, and Nan Gongfan was between low and middle tier. Middle-tier spiritual body? This talent isn't bad, but it's almost impossible for him to threaten master. I should pay more attention to this Yang Qingshan. Quan Chen paid attention to Yang Qingshan's performance, but he still had a relaxed expression. The test was coming to an end. Number 72, Kong Yunhao. The name of this test caught Zhao Feng's attention. A 13 to 14-year-old youth with a baby face walked onto the stage. His age was even younger than Zhao Feng, but he was already at the 8th rank of the martial path. Such potential caught Deacon Qiu's attention. Kong Yunhao was slightly nervous as he placed his hand on the sky spiritual pillar. When on the sky spirit pillar, 20 to 30 feet of crystal light rose up and paused for a moment. Everyone was slightly surprised. Everyone had a positive evaluation of Kong Yunhao's talent. After all, he had such a high cultivation at such a young age. Wong. The light on the sky spiritual pillar fluctuated up and down, showing signs of instability. Suddenly, the crystalline light extended from 20 to 30 feet to 50 feet, and then to 20 feet. How weird! This scene made Zhao Feng think back to when Zhao Yufei had tested with a crystal ball. It was similar and slightly chaotic. But this time the test was on the sky spiritual pillar, so it was of a higher level. The light on the sky spiritual pillar suddenly jumped to 6 yards, closing in on 7 yards. Oh my God! What's going on? Some of the people below the stage exclaimed in shock. This situation, could it be a rare, changeable spiritual body? Deacon Qiu exclaimed. Suddenly, the heavenly spirit pillar erupted with a blinding light. That crystalline pillar of light extended to 80 feet. This scene even startled the surrounding mountains for dozens of miles. 8 yards. Everyone's jaws dropped. Quan Chen's jaw almost dropped. This talent is comparable to Bei Mua's. Another super genius. This is a true changeable spiritual body. Zhao Feng recovered from his shock, and Lord Guanjuan beside him also had a puzzled expression. Chapter 108. Sun Yuanhao's result made Zhao Feng sweat. At the same time, Lord Guanjuan's heart trembled. This was a true changeable spiritual body. Zhao Feng was a fake changeable spiritual body. But due to his cultivation level, Lord Guanjuan couldn't think of the reason, as changeable bodies were too rare. Maybe Sun Yuanhao's changeable spiritual body was stronger than Zhao Feng's, which was why his result was better. At this time, everyone present, including Deacon Qiu and some of the sex experts, were shocked. The heavenly spirit pillar emitted a brilliant light that shot into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to churn. Its momentum was astonishing, and it almost alarmed half of the heavenly moon mountain. A changeable spiritual body is at least comparable to a peak-grade spiritual body. Anyone who gets full marks in the first test will be accepted by the clan. Deacon Wan came to his senses and announced loudly. Sun Yuanhao's result was even higher than Lu Yu's, and he was accepted by the clan in the first test. Sun Yuanhao walked off the stone stage, and he attracted the envious and jealous gazes of the nearby clan members. A genius like him will soon be accepted as a disciple by one of the higher-ups of the sect. Lord Guanjuan sighed. Looking at Sun Yuanhao, he couldn't help but think of Bei Mua. So, a rapid air-piercing sound came from the peak of a mountain a few miles away. A whistling airflow surged between heaven and earth, and an invisible power descended from the sky. Everyone's heart clenched as they felt the pressure. It was as if they were ants trying to fight against the heavens. In the distance, a dazzling golden figure stepped on the void and flew toward them as if he was riding the wind and waves. The golden figure seemed to be the ruler of the heavens, and every step he took gave off a powerful aura. Under the pressure, even the sacred martial realm experts were terrified. Their qi and blood stagnated, making it difficult for them to move. Zhao Feng's left eye saw through several miles of space and saw a golden-robed male surrounded by a layer of golden light fly through the air. Flying through the air, Zhao Feng's mind trembled. Under this vast pressure, all the blood in his body trembled. and he felt an energy pressing down on his soul. Ever since he had entered the path of martial arts, Zhao Feng had never thought that martial artists could reach the level of flight. This was the dream of all humans, but it was a power that only existed in legends. Even his master, Lord Guanjuan, could only float in the air for a few breaths, but it couldn't be considered true flight. "Greetings, Elder Shui," Deacon Wan exclaimed. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and respectfully bowed toward the golden-robed man in the air. Voila! The members of the sect below almost all knelt down and worshipped him. The golden-robed elder stood in the air, and he was like a god looking down on the members of the clan. Quan Chen's face was pale white and his body trembled. The man in front of him was an elder of the clan, and he was even older than his master, Haiyan Master. Shua! With a flash of golden light, the golden-robed elder landed in front of Sun Yuanhao. Ha ha ha! Changeable spiritual body. I've been wanting to take in a disciple, and my luck is pretty good. Elder Shui inspected Sun Yuanhao from head to toe with joy. Sun Yuanhao, are you willing to become this elder's disciple? According to the rules, as long as you become an elder's disciple, you can immediately become an inner disciple. Deacon Xiao reminded from the side. Under everyone's envious gaze, Sun Yuanhao's face was bright red as he nervously nodded his head. Disciple is willing. Elder Shui let out a long string of laughter and grabbed the boy's hand. With a golden arc of light behind him, he flew to the mountain range in the distance. After this, the first test spiritual sky pillar came to an end. In Zhao Feng's mind, the image of the elder flying through the air like a god appeared, and his heart couldn't calm down. These are the experts of the three heavens of the true spirit realm. They have the ability to fly for a short period of time and control unimaginable power. They're no longer normal beings, Lord Guanjuan sighed as his eyes were filled with admiration and respect. However, Lord Guanjuan's eyes dimmed as he knew that he had no fate with reaching the true spirit realm. Below the true spirit realm was the seventh sky of the ascended realm. The seventh sky meant that one had to go through 7 steps and evolve 7 times before turning into a higher being, which was the true spirit realm. To a certain degree, the true spirit realm was the evolution of a normal human into the true spirit realm. Therefore, some things that humans couldn't do could be easily done by those at the true spirit realm. Another while later, the first test spiritual sky pillar ended. There were a total of 40 to 50 youths who had passed the first test, and their scores ranged from 1 to 5. There were a total of 3 tests. The first test, the spiritual sky pillar, had a maximum score of 6 points. Once the full score was reached, they would be accepted into the clan. The next 2 tests, mechanism and 9 picture arrays, have 2 points each. You guys need to make good use of them, Lord Guanjuan said to Zhao Feng and the others. He especially reminded Zhao Feng. In the first test, Zhao Feng only got 2 points. The next 2 tests had a maximum score of 4 points, and if their scores were too low, they might even be eliminated. I understand. Zhao Feng knew what the next 2 tests were like. The second test, mechanism. Follow me. Deacon Xiao led the group to a 3-yard wide path. On both sides of the canyon road, there were mountain rocks. On both sides, there were man-made caves that were 10 zhang high, and there were at least 10 to 20 of them. This was the mechanism path. Zhao Feng looked at the black path in the middle of the canyon, and the caves on both sides gave off a dangerous aura. The rules of the second test are to enter the mechanism path and kill mechanical beasts. The strength of the mechanical beasts will be the same as your cultivation. Kill 2, and you'll get 1 point. Kill more than 4, and you'll get 2 points. Deacon Xiao announced the rules. In reality, Zhao Feng had already heard the rules of the second test from Lord Guanjuan. Number 3, Wu Su. A member of the clan shouted from the middle of the canyon. Tung, a young man in the 7th stage of the martial path, leaped onto the path. Boom! From one of the caves, a black mechanical beast walked out. It was shaped like a human, and it held a halberd in its hand as it swept towards the youth. Pum! After exchanging a blow with the mechanical beast, the youth's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The mechanical beast's strength was comparable to the 7th rank of the martial path, but its strength and defense was stronger than normal 7th ranks. Adding on the halberd in its hand, it was like adding wings to a tiger. This meant that the mechanical beast's strength was comparable to an elite martial artist of the same rank. The young man fought with all his might and was drenched in sweat. Only then did he manage to defeat the mechanical beast. Boom! Boom! Just as he took a few steps, another 2 mechanical beasts stepped out. Not good. The youth's expression changed as he struggled to deal with the 2 mechanical beasts. As time passed, a few more mechanical beasts walked out of the caves. Luckily, these mechanical beasts weren't fast, and the youth barely managed to kill one before he ran out of energy. Killing 2 mechanical beasts, you get 1 point. The member of the clan announced. Soon after, more geniuses went up to fight with the mechanical beasts. Most of the youths could barely kill 1 or 2 mechanical beasts, but it was hard to kill more than 4. The mechanical beasts have strong defense and strength. They are harder to deal with than others of the same rank. Zhao Feng's left eye saw the situation clearly. Even Xiao Sun, who was at the 9th rank of the martial path, felt pressured when facing a few 9th rank mechanical beasts. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the mechanical beasts. Xiao Sun's cultivation was high, but he had to face even more 9th rank mechanical beasts. Finally, he managed to kill 3 9th rank mechanical beasts and got 1.5 points. Very few of the youths who took the test were able to get 2 points. 2 points was a full score in the second trial, but it wasn't easy to get a full score. One needed to kill at least 4 elites of the same rank, and sometimes even a few mechanical beasts at the same time. Number 49, Zhao Feng. The voice of the clan sounded. Lord Guanjuan said, "You got a low score in the first trial, so you have to get a full score in the second trial." Talent was the most important factor in the clan's examination. Therefore, all the disciples, including Quan Chin, had already left the second and third trials. In their eyes, talent determined their future, so the next 2 trials didn't mean much. Tung! Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the path. Boom! A mechanical beast soon walked out from a nearby cave. Starfinger! Flowing wind stance! Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he quickly closed in on the mechanical beast, and with a flowing wind stance, he easily dodged the mechanical beast's attack. Ding! Azure Mark's finger pierced right into the mechanical beast's elbow joint. Thump! The mechanical beast's hand that was holding the weapon instantly fell off. Such nimble and precise movements shocked everyone present. Boom! 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 Then, Zhao Feng's star finger blossomed in the air like stars. In just a few breaths, the mechanical beast's joints, arms, and legs were all taken off by Zhao Feng, and it fell to the ground. What a precise finger technique, and that movement technique's conception, making the mechanical beast run around in circles. Lord Sangtia exclaimed. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng in a different light. Zhao Feng's finger skills had reached an unbelievable level in terms of attack, speed, and accuracy. Boom! Boom! Another 2 mechanical beasts soon appeared from the nearby caves. Starfinger, flowing wind stance, smoking transparent step. Zhao Feng's figure was like a ghost as he passed through the 2 mechanical beasts. Boom! After a few breaths, one of the mechanical beasts was cut into 8 pieces by Zhao Feng. As soon as Zhao Feng finished off the mechanical beast, another 3 mechanical beasts walked out from the nearby caves. A total of 4 mechanical beasts closed in on Zhao Feng at the same time. This meant that Zhao Feng had to face 4 mechanical beasts of the 9th rank, each with a strong defense. In this kind of situation, there were not many youths who could deal with it. 1 Starfinger, tornado stance. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed, and the moment he pointed his index finger, air exploded. The green mark seemed to drag along a tornado, its power and range increasing at the same time. Tornado stance could increase the power of attack and range. Boom! The finger pierced through the mechanical beast's heart and it fell to the ground. It was hard to imagine how powerful that finger was. Killing a mechanical beast with one finger. The mechanical beast's defense was stronger than others of the same rank, comparable to a 9th rank martial artist. Boom! 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 Zhao Feng quickly pointed 3 times in the air. The finger force roared like a storm, and every finger easily pierced through the mechanical beast's body. Plop! Plop! Rumble! The remaining 3 mechanical beasts were all killed by Zhao Feng's finger, and they fell to the ground one by one. In a short while, Zhao Feng had killed a total of 5 mechanical beasts, leaving behind a group of dazed youths. Chapter 109. In the second test, Zhao Feng's performance could be said to be stunning, which was a stark contrast to his performance in the first test. Even Deacon Xiao and the others looked at Zhao Feng, killing 5 mechanical beasts, 2 points. The clan announced Zhao Feng's full score. In the second test, killing 4 mechanical beasts would give you full points. It wasn't that there weren't people who could get full marks, but the number was extremely small, and none of them could kill a mechanical beast in one move like Zhao Feng did. What a powerful strength! Every finger attack he unleashed at the end could injure an ordinary 9th stage expert. Xiao Sun was shocked as he inspected Zhao Feng. He had the highest cultivation amongst the youths, reaching the 9th rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng's display of strength made Xiao Sun's heart shake, and he didn't have the confidence to beat Zhao Feng. The second test, Mechanism Road, proceeded in an orderly manner. Although Zhao Feng's performance wasn't bad, none of the clan members put it to heart. The most important part of the sect's entrance examination was the first stage, which took up 6 points. Zhao Feng's performance in this test meant that he was strong, but he could only get 2 points at most. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to catch up to us in the future. Princess Yun Mingxian glanced at Zhao Feng, but she didn't put him to heart. Zhao Feng could feel that his performance in the second test didn't receive much attention from the clan. Even some of the geniuses didn't say much about his strength. They seemed to think that Zhao Feng's talent was average and he wouldn't have much potential in the future. But this was also what Zhao Feng wanted. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Lord Guanjuan nodded his head. It didn't matter if Zhao Feng performed well in the second test. Not long later, the second test ended. Zhao Feng calculated that he had gotten 2 points in both the first and second tests, so he had a total of 4 points. Next is the 9-picture array. Deacon Xiao brought everyone to a quaint pagoda nearby. At this time, the elders who were in charge of guiding people were all turned away. Even the disciples who were taking the test entered one by one. This stage seems to be very mysterious. Zhao Feng muttered to himself. In the third test, the 9-diagram array, the geniuses participating in the test all entered and exited. Most of the geniuses walked out of the tower with furrowed brows. They were either frustrated or dispirited. In the third test, you must remain calm. I can see that you have an extraordinary level of comprehension in your studies. This test shouldn't be a problem. Lord Guanjuan said. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Because he had fused with the mysterious left eye, his comprehension, analysis, and reaction speed were all extraordinary. After a long time, it was finally Zhao Feng's turn. Number 49, Zhao Feng. In the voice of the sect's powerhouse, Zhao Feng stepped into the quaint tower. The tower was empty. There weren't even a few sect members. Go upstairs. There were 2 sect members on the stairs. Zhao Feng was curious as he walked up the stairs to the second floor. Upon entering the second floor, Zhao Feng noticed that there was a large painting on the opposite wall. The scene in the painting was mysterious, and it seemed to be moving. Focusing his eyes, he could see all sorts of scenes floating in the air. Zhao Feng was shocked. There was something wrong with this painting. Cough! A voice broke Zhao Feng's hesitation. On the left and right of the painting sat an old man, one white-robed old man and one red-faced old man. Deacon Qiu just stood near the stairs with a slightly reserved expression. On the second floor, Deacon Qiu stood to the side and didn't sit down. Zhao Feng realized that the two old men in front of the painting weren't normal. Illusion fish picture of the 9 diagram array appear. The white-robed old man clapped his hand and the painting on the wall started to change. Zhao Feng found that the scene in the painting was complicated. The colors and lines intertwined and changed from the first transformation to the 9th. Illusion fish picture, 9 transformations. This illusion fish picture has 9 transformations. The further you go, the more complicated it gets. The content of the test is: start from the first transformation. How many fish are there in each transformation and state their color? The white-robed old man said. The number of fish and color? Zhao Feng nodded his head in agreement. Very quickly, Zhao Feng started to look at the first transformation. The first transformation was relatively simple. There weren't many lines and colors in the transformation of the picture. A total of 3 fish, 1 black and 2 green. Zhao Feng answered. The white-robed old man was expressionless as he activated the second transformation. Zhao Feng looked. The second transformation was slightly more complicated, but it couldn't escape his sharp eyes. 5 fish, 1 black, 2 red and 2 white. Zhao Feng answered quickly. The white-robed old man and the red-faced old man were slightly surprised. The third stage had 9 diagrams. Passing 1 stage would give you half a point. Passing 2 stages would give you 1 point. Most of the youths before could get 1 point, but they had to think for a long time. Zhao Feng's answering speed was much faster than the other youths. Very quickly, the third transformation of the illusion fish picture appeared. 8 fishes, 2 black, 2 white, 3 red, Zhao Feng answered easily. The 2 elders couldn't help but glance at each other as they inspected Zhao Feng. When the illusion fish picture reached the third transformation, it was indescribable and it was hard to differentiate between real and fake. Even some of the Ascended Realm experts would have to think for a while when facing the third transformation. And Zhao Feng answered in just a few breaths. Very quickly, the pattern changed and reached the 4th type. 13 fishes, 5 blue, 3 gold. Zhao Feng paused for a moment before giving his answer. He reached the 4th transformation in 1 breath. The white-robed old man and the red-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock. According to the rules, reaching the 4th transformation would give him full points. However, continue. The white-robed old man slapped the diagram once again. Buzz, the 5th transformation was extremely complicated. Various scenes changed rapidly. Zhao Feng seemed to see some fishes playing in the water, intertwining and occasionally leaping out of the water. If he missed any detail in the 5th transformation, he might miss the final answer. After thinking for a while, Zhao Feng answered. 27 fish, 7 brown, 6 orange. The 2 old men's expressions changed as they looked at Zhao Feng with excitement and surprise. Immediately after, the white-robed old man started the 6th transformation. The scene in the 6th diagram was extremely vivid, and it almost made Zhao Feng fall into an illusion. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes became sharp, and he stared at the array for a while before giving the answer. 48 fishes, 9 purple, 12 black. Without a doubt, he got it right again, and it didn't take long. The 2 old men's expressions were filled with shock as they exchanged glances with each other. Zhao Feng faintly sensed something. Normally, after the 4th transformation, the following diagrams were beyond the scope of ordinary geniuses, unless they were extremely talented. The white-robed old man took a deep breath and started the 7th diagram. The difficulty of the 7th diagram increased once again. Zhao Feng had to fully activate his left eye to see through it. This time, He thought for a while before giving the wrong answer. Phew! The white-robed old man and the red-robed old man let out a breath of relief. If Xiao Feng could continue to answer correctly, then he would be a super monster. However, they didn't know that Xiao Feng had purposely given the wrong answer. I am the vice head of the Grasswood Division. Are you willing to join the Grasswood Division and become my disciple? The red-faced old man smiled faintly. Vice head? Master? Xiao Feng paused. Old man Guan, what do you mean by this? You want to steal my disciple? Can't you see that this brat specializes in arrays and is more suitable to join the clan mission division? The white-robed old man was slightly angry. For some reason, the two old men started to argue, and neither side was willing to give way. This scene caused Deacon Xiao, who was not far away, to be shocked. He didn't think that a youth with normal talent would cause two vice heads to argue. There were many organizations in the Broken Moon clan, such as the Law Enforcement Division, Grasswood Division, Clan Mission Division, Central Division, etc. The Grasswood Division was responsible for pill making, farming, and healing, etc. In the Grasswood Division, pill masters were the most popular. Old Man Guan was one of the best pill masters in the Grasswood Division. Correspondingly, the Clan Mission Division was responsible for all sorts of things in the clan, including the maintenance of arrays. The white-robed old man was an extraordinary array master in the clan. Even the 9-picture array was created by him and several other array masters. The 9-picture array had been set up for dozens of years, and this was the first time someone had reached the 7th transformation at once. Young man, who do you want to be your disciple? The white-robed old man asked eagerly. Young man, you might not understand, but pill masters have a high status in the world of clans. The red-faced old man didn't admit defeat. An array master and a pill master both had higher cultivation than Deacon Xiao. The two vice heads both wanted to take Xiao Feng as their disciple. Xiao Feng didn't know what to do. If he chose one, he would definitely offend the other. Although he did need a backer to enter the clan, who knew if these two would be reliable? Maybe one word from High-Yin Master would be able to make the two Vice Hall masters agree. According to Lord Guanjuin's plan, he would first become an inner disciple, then he would consider finding a backer, at least an elder. Thank you for your good intentions, but I've just entered the clan, and I don't know anything about pill making or arrays. I just want to become an inner disciple before considering anything else. Xiao Feng tactfully declined and expressed his ambition. The white-robed old man and red-faced old man looked at each other with disappointment in their eyes. But their eyes twinkled. They didn't seem to want to give up so easily. After all, Xiao Feng didn't say that he would definitely become an inner disciple before considering anything else. Although the two old men were vice heads, they didn't have the right to make Xiao Feng an inner disciple. If that's the case, then let's observe for a while. Soon, Xiao Feng's score came out. It was another 2 points, full marks. Before he left, Xiao Feng made a request. He wanted to see the 8th and 9th transformation of the illusion fish picture. Xiao Feng felt that the illusion fish picture was even more complicated than the 4 wind stances. The two vice heads obviously wouldn't reject him. Xiao Feng opened his left eye and took the last 2 transformations into the dimension of his left eye. At this time, the 9 transformations of the illusion fish picture appeared in the dimension of his left eye. Chapter 110. The 9 changes of the illusion fish picture were replayed in the dimension of his left eye. Xiao Feng felt that there was something profound within the picture that was even more profound than his 4 wind stances. If he was able to understand the illusion fish picture, he might be able to gain something. If you're able to understand the 9 changes of the illusion fish picture, the 2 of us probably won't have the right to be your teacher. The white-robed old man smiled. As they spoke, Xiao Feng realized that the white-robed old man's surname was Zhang, and he specialized in arrays, while the red-faced old man's surname was Guan, and he was a pill master. Xiao Feng decided to call them Old Man Zhang and Old Man Guan. As he left the 2nd floor, Zhao Feng realized that Deacon Qiu's gaze was different. Before this, Deacon Qiu and Lord Guanjuan were like ants in his eyes. But after the third test, Deacon Qiu finally noticed Zhao Feng. After all, this person was highly regarded by the two vice heads and couldn't be underestimated. "Old man Guan, why do you have to fight with me? Can't you tell that this kid is a genius in arrays?" Old man Zhang was slightly angry. A kid at the Consolidated Realm had analyzed the 7th change of the illusion fish picture in such a short amount of time. Even some of the Ascended Realm Array masters might not be able to do this. Wrong. Old man Zhang, haven't you realized that this kid has great insight and his control over things has reached an unbelievable level? This is what a true alchemist needs the most, the ability to control fire. Old man Guan retorted. As they spoke, the two old men started to argue again. Deacon Qiu was stunned. He didn't think that a youth with average talent would become the target of the two vice heads. He had deep respect for the two vice heads, not only because they were at half-step true spirit realm, but also because they had contributed greatly to the clan. Their seniority far surpassed his, and their status was only below the elders of the clan. Walking out of the ancient tower, Zhao Feng met up with his master, Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan. Knowing that Zhao Feng got full marks in the third test, Lord Guanjuan smiled. The third test was still ongoing. When the sun set, all the disciples finished their tests. The trial finally came to an end. The Broken Moon clan would choose the top geniuses based on their scores. In this assessment, the top 20 of you will be admitted. Deacon Qiu said, 20? The young geniuses present were perturbed. First place, Xiao Sun, 8 points. Second place, Yun Mingxiang, 7, 5 points. Third place, a sect disciple announced the results. 10th place, Zhao Feng, 6 points. At the 10th place, Zhao Feng heard his name. Even though Zhao Feng got full marks in the last 2 rounds, his score in the first round was too ordinary, so his final ranking wasn't high. Even Yang Qingshan was ranked higher than him, ranked 6th. Nan Gongfan had also successfully entered the top 20 and was ranked 17th. The 3 of them successfully entered the sect. Lord Guanjuan couldn't help but feel proud. Many of the geniuses in this examination were led by their elders. However, it was extremely rare to see someone like him, who led a few geniuses and all got selected. Lord Guanjuan, your 3 disciples are all very balanced. Lord Songtia laughed. Lord Guanjuan could obviously hear the playfulness in his words. Although his 3 disciples had passed the examination, their talent wasn't high and they were destined to be at the bottom of the clan. On the other hand, Lord Songtia's granddaughter, Liu, had a high-tier spiritual body, so she had more room to grow in the future. Soon, the list of people who had entered the clan was announced. The Broken Moon clan had accepted a total of 22 disciples, and many of them were geniuses. For example, Sun Yuanhao had a changeable body, so he was directly taken in as a disciple by an elder. Apart from that, Lu Yu, Xiao Sun, and Yun Mingxiang all had extraordinary talent. On the same day, a total of 21 youths became outer disciples of the Broken Moon clan, and they went to the Outer Hall Division to register. Deacon Qiu was the deacon of the Outer Hall Division, and he arranged the outer disciples and told them the rules of the clan. Walking on the winding mountain path, the youths excitedly followed Deacon Qiu to the Outer Hall Division. "Oh my God, that palace!" Suddenly, a youth exclaimed as he stared at a dark green palace in the clouds. The dark green palace was mysterious and majestic. It floated within the clouds, and it was surrounded by a layer of green lightning that was as thick as a thumb. It emitted an ancient and desolate aura. The youths all noticed this scene and their hearts shook. It was as if they were in an ancient era. In reality, Zhao Feng's left eye had already seen the mystic ancient palace, and he was also stunned at that time. Now that he had entered the clan, Zhao Feng's eyes saw it even more clearly. This is the ancient ruins floating crest palace, the foundation of the Broken Moon clan, and it is a forbidden area of the clan. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. Deacon Chio's voice was indifferent, and he didn't say anything else. The youths suppressed the shock and curiosity in their hearts as they felt the mysteriousness of the floating crest palace. Zhao Feng's sharp eyes scanned the floating crest palace, and he felt an ancient aura from it, which made his left eye twitch a few times. On the way, the mysteries of the clan opened the eyes of the youths. Around 10 in the evening, Deacon Chio finally arranged the 21 new outer disciples to stay in the outer hall division. Before this, Xiao Feng and company said their goodbyes to Lord Guanjuan. Before Lord Guanjuan left, he gave Xiao Feng a deep look before leaving in dejection. Xiao Feng's heart was moved by the lonely figure that was fading away. After entering the clan, not only will I fulfill Master's wish, I will also reach the peak of this era. Xiao Feng clenched his fists as a ball of hot blood seemed to burn in his heart. The vastness of the sect world made him yearn for it. A world where experts were as common as clouds also deeply stimulated him. According to the rules of the Broken Moon clan, the new outer disciples would be given a few days to familiarize themselves with the clan before they would be given a job. After entering the clan, they would enjoy the resources and benefits, but they would also have a job to do. Lord Guanjuan had already told Xiao Feng and company about this. There were good and bad positions arranged by the sect. Some bad jobs, such as being a miner, carrying water and dung. There were even some dangerous tasks, such as picking herbs on steep cliffs, hunting ferocious beasts, exploring unknown ruins, and so on. 3 days later, the clan will give us a job. I'm just afraid that Quan Chen will make it hard for us. Nangong Fan and Yang Qingshan were slightly worried. Soldiers come with arms, water comes with earth. On the other hand, Xiao Feng was calm and he wasn't afraid of any challenges. In these 3 days, the new outer disciples lived in the outer hall division, and each of them had their own wooden house. In just a few hours, the new disciples started to fight with some of the older outer disciples. The sound of fighting came from the outside, but it soon stopped. When Xiao Feng walked out of the wooden house, he saw 2 or 3 new outer disciples lying on the ground, injured and panting. Newbies, behave yourselves. I'm giving you face by asking you to wash clothes and fetch water for me. A man with a scar on his face glanced at the wooden houses of the new disciples. His eyes were cold and filled with malicious intent. Chen Feng, ranked 28th of the outer disciples. This guy has the time to bully the new disciples. Some of the older outer disciples popped their heads out. In the Broken Moon clan, there was a ranking for the outer disciples. This Chen Feng was ranked 28th, and his cultivation had reached the peak 9th rank. Xiao Feng estimated that his strength was on par with Yi Linyun's, or maybe even a bit stronger. Even Xiao Sun, who had the highest cultivation amongst the new disciples, didn't dare to challenge Chen Feng. Under Chen Feng's despotic power, the few outer sect disciples unwillingly went to fetch water and wash clothes for him. Zhe, I heard that there are 2 pretty girls amongst the new disciples, and one of them is even a princess. Chen Feng licked his lips. Soon, he arrived at Princess Yun Mingxiang's place. Creak! Yun Mingxiang opened the door and said coldly, "Do you dare to touch me?" Chen Feng smiled as he didn't dare to offend Yun Mingxiang. Being the princess of the Cloud Country, Yun Mingxiang had a close relationship with the upper echelon of the Broken Moon clan. Furthermore, Xiao Sun came from the number 1 hidden family in the Cloud Country, so he also had connections within the clan. Even Lu Yu had a high-tier spiritual body, so she was treated well within the outer disciples. Even the deacons treated her well. Even Chen Feng had to think twice before dealing with the new disciples with high talent. This Chen Feng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The new disciples all held grudges in their hearts. Chen Feng didn't dare offend Xiao Sun, Yun Mingxiang, and Lu Yu. But he didn't care about the other new disciples. Xiao Feng coldly looked at all of this, but he didn't interfere. That night, Zhao Feng and the others stayed in the outer disciples' rooms. Late at night, the youths were extremely excited and they couldn't sleep easily. Zhao Feng sat down cross-legged and started to train silver wall technique and returning breath technique as he started to comprehend the 4 wind stances. Up until now, Zhao Feng had comprehended more than half of the 4 wind stances, and the 3rd stance, partial wind stance, was 70 to 80% complete. He had even tried the 4th stance, burning wind stance. The intent and power of this stance was extremely strong, and Zhao Feng felt terrified just by feeling it. Partial wind stance pursued extreme sharpness and was used for single target attacks. As for the blazing gale form, it pursued that kind of rampage, destruction, and violence that could incinerate all living things. On the morning of the 2nd day, Zhao Feng woke up from his meditation, stretched, and walked out of his room. "Kid, wash my shoes and socks." A domineering voice sounded. Zhao Feng looked over and saw that it was Chun Feng, ranked 28th of the outer disciples. Chun Feng's tone was cold and had an undeniable sense of dominance. He threw a pair of smelly socks and shoes in front of Zhao Feng's room and turned to leave, as if he was certain that he could defeat Zhao Feng. In reality, when Chun Feng bullied the new disciples, he had already figured them out. For example, Zhao Feng's talent was average and his cultivation wasn't high, so Chun Feng wasn't worried that Zhao Feng would take revenge on him in the future. Does this guy really think he can defeat me? Zhao Feng's face darkened as he waved his hand, and a strong gust of wind blew Chun Feng's shoes and socks into dust. Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fan, who had just woken up, were shocked when they saw this. Chapter 111. Zhao Feng's actions not only made Nangong Fan and Yang Qingshan worried, it also made the other new disciples sweat. Chun Feng threw his shoes in front of Zhao Feng's door and quickly left, not noticing what the latter had done. Only then did Nangong Fan and Yang Qingshan let out a breath. Zhao Feng walked out of the outer disciples' residence and went to the other areas of the outer hall division. In a few days' time, the clan would be distributing tasks to the new disciples. Zhao Feng first had to familiarize himself with the clan, especially the environment of the outer hall division. Not long later, Zhao Feng arrived at the library of the outer hall division. This library belonged to the outer hall division, and it was open to the outer disciples. Zhao Feng first looked at the martial skills, and he couldn't help but be surprised. In the outer court's library, all half-saint grade cultivation methods and some saint grade martial tactics are open to the public. Zhao Feng couldn't believe it. In the countries outside of the clan, half-holy martial skills were out of reach for most cultivators. As for saint-grade martial tactics, they were legendary existences that were hard to come into contact with. Of course, in the clan, holy martial skills were called mortal martial skills. Mortal, spirit, earth, sky. This was how the clan categorized skills. Martial skills were also a type of skill. Martial skills were just a way to cultivate. Therefore, the world of sex wasn't limited to the cultivation of martial arts. It was collectively referred to as cultivation methods and encompassed all kinds of cultivation paths. Martial Tao is just a cultivation method in the world of sections. Cultivation methods are divided into 4 grades: mortal, spirit, earth, and heaven. Every grade is further divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Zhao Feng knew a thing or two about this. His silver wall technique was a low-class mortal martial skill, and it was one of the best amongst the low-class mortal martial skills. Zhao Feng roughly looked through the books and found that most of the mortal martial skills here weren't as good as his silver wall technique. He remembered that Lord Guanjuan had told him that once he became an inner disciple, he would come into contact with higher-ranked martial skills. In the end, Zhao Feng only looked at the mortal martial arts in the library. That was not his point. Then, Zhao Feng began to flip through the books related to the world of sex to make up for his lack of general knowledge. One of the books introduced the origins and history of the sex on the continent. Zhao Feng was not very interested in these things. However, there was a paragraph that described the cultivation system that had been passed down since ancient times. The path of cultivation is split into 8 realms: Consolidated Realm, Ascended Realm, True Spirit Realm, Origin Core Realm, Void God Realm, Mystic Light Realm, Heavenly Divine Realm. When Zhao Feng saw these contents, his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard of such a vast space after the 3 heavens of the True Spirit Realm. However, according to the books, there were almost no cultivators above the True Spirit Realm in the Azure Flower Continent. Thus, there was very little mention of the realms above the True Spirit Realm. Meanwhile, whether or not the last of the 8 great realms, the Heavenly Divinity Realm, existed was still a question. After reading several related books, Zhao Feng had a deeper understanding of the world of sex and the Azure Flower Continent. After spending half a day in the book pavilion, Zhao Feng returned to his residence. When Zhao Feng returned to his room, he heard cries of pain coming from the wooden room next door. "Brother Yang, Brother Nangongong." Zhao Feng's expression changed as he walked out of his room. He then saw Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan with swollen faces in the room next door. What happened? Zhao Feng's expression went cold. Seeing his 2 senior martial brothers beaten to such a state, his heart dropped. "It's that bastard Qin Feng. He came to find us, and Brother Yang and I weren't his match, even if we teamed up." Nan Gongfan gritted his teeth and said, "Preposterous." After knowing what had happened, Zhao Feng was enraged. It was him who had dragged Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan into this. For hours later, Chen Feng returned and found that Zhao Feng wasn't here. Not only did he not complete his mission, he even destroyed his shoes and socks, causing him to explode in anger. But at that time, Zhao Feng wasn't here, so Qin Feng vented his anger on Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan. Even when Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan teamed up, they were still beaten black and blue by Qin Feng. Zhao Feng couldn't help but admit that he had underestimated Qin Feng's strength. One had to know that Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan teamed up to suppress a normal 9th rank cultivator. Yet, Qin Feng easily took care of the 2, which meant that his true strength was above Yi Linyun's. Where did Qin Feng go? Zhao Feng looked around and decided to take revenge for his 2 senior martial brothers. Tung! He leapt onto the roof, his gaze sharp, his left eye slightly opened, scanning the surroundings. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng's eyes landed on a pavilion a few miles away. In that pavilion, there were 3 to 4 figures. 2 of them were very familiar to Zhao Feng. One was Quan Qin, the other was Qin Feng. Other than them, there were also 2 outer disciples. And, Qin Feng, you did well. In the future, don't let these brats have it easy. Quan Qin smiled warmly. Being an inner disciple, Chen Feng and the others in the pavilion were extremely respectful to him. Although Zhao Feng couldn't hear their conversation, he could guess what they were talking about, just as Lord Guanjuan had predicted. Even if Hai Yun Master didn't make things difficult for Zhao Feng and the others after they entered the clan, they would still be bullied and bullied by the people below. Good. Very good. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as his eyes turned cold. He returned to his room, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate on the 4 wind styles and star finger. Currently, Zhao Feng's silver wall technique couldn't break through in a short period of time, so the 4 wind stances and star finger were the best ways to increase his strength. Of the 4 wind stances, Zhao Feng started to progress from the 3rd stance to the 4th. Under the anger, Zhao Feng's understanding of the 4th stance, Burning Wind stance, increased. The 4th stance, Burning Wind stance, required a heart of destruction, and Zhao Feng's anger pushed him to this state. In addition, the mastery of Starfinger was gradually approaching the 7th level, which was also the highest level of this martial art. On the same night, Chen Feng came to find him again. "New brat, we still haven't settled what happened in the day." A domineering voice sounded from outside. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan, who were in the room next door, were shocked. Good. Under Qin Feng's shout, Zhao Feng opened the door and walked out slowly. At this time, the new disciples such as Xiao Sun, Yun Mingxiang, and Lu Yuer all came out to pay attention. What a clown! Zhao Feng walked towards Qin Feng step by step with a cold glint in his eyes. As his killing intent and fury surged, a destructive and berserk aura began to emanate from his body. This was the intent of the Burning Wind stance, but Zhao Feng hadn't mastered it yet. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. How could a brat of the 8th rank of the Consolidated Realm give him pressure? Mountain-splitting stance. Qin Feng raised his hand and executed a low-class mortal martial skill, which was equivalent to a holy martial skill. With just one stance, an aura that could split mountains and split the earth was emitted from Qin Feng's body. Star Finger, Tornado Stance. Zhao Feng pointed out his finger, and an azure meteor pierced through the night sky, creating an explosion. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out between the two. In the first exchange, Qin Feng and Zhao Feng both took a few steps back. Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't think that a youth of the 8th rank would be able to stand on equal ground with him. The new and old outer disciples who were watching the battle nearby were all shocked. Star Finger. Following that, Zhao Feng's finger art was like a starry sky, piercing through the night sky, beautiful like a dream. His star finger was at the highest level of the 7th rank, combining it with the tornado stance. Under full force, both speed and attack had reached an extreme. Poof! Poof! Boom! Explosions sounded out in the air as the dazzling rays of light appeared one after another. Even someone as strong as Qin Feng, who was in the pinnacle of the 9th rank, was forced to retreat under the torrential attacks. In just a short moment, a few finger-sized holes appeared on his clothes, indicating that he had suffered some light injuries. Mountains splitting earth. Qin Feng suddenly let out a roar and executed an unprecedented move. As he struck out with his palm, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. This was in the sect, and the floor beneath his feet was incomparably hard, even stronger than steel. If it was outside, the ground would definitely crack. Star Finger. Partial Wind Stance. Zhao Feng's finger force contained a layer of coldness, like the cold winter wind. Partial Wind Stance, the 3rd stance of the 4-wind stance, focused on offense. Uffed! Qin Feng's surrounding inner force was cut by the blade-like finger force, leaving a bloody mark on his chest. If it had been half an inch deeper, it would have pierced into his heart. Plop! Qin Feng fell to the ground with a pale face. Zhao Feng's attack just now was far too sharp, just a hair's breadth away from taking his life. Hiss! The surrounding outer disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the partial wind stance is so powerful. When it's combined with Star Finger, it has almost surpassed low-rank mortal martial arts. Even Zhao Feng himself was surprised. The intent of the partial wind stance was like a wind blade in winter, cruel and sharp, raising the power of Star Finger to a whole new level. If the 3rd stance, partial wind stance, was already so powerful, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the 4th stance, burning wind stance, would be. Get lost! Zhao Feng sent Qin Feng flying with a kick. He despised this kind of lackey from the bottom of his heart. Yes, yes. Qin Feng's face was pale white, and he immediately retreated. After this battle, the surrounding outer disciples were filled with wariness towards Zhao Feng. The new disciples were all extremely happy. Xiao Sun and Yun Mingxiang looked at each other with shock on their faces. Brother Zhao, it's all thanks to you that we were able to vent our anger. Yang Qingshan said gratefully, Junior brother Zhao, you must be careful. I heard that all of the top 20 outer court disciples have a cultivation base at the half-step mortal shedding stage. Nan Gongfan reminded, the half-step ascended realm was the half-step holy realm in the mortal world, which was equivalent to the first guard. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Under this pressure, he could squeeze out more of his potential. As long as his opponent hadn't reached the Ascended Realm, he would at least have a fighting chance. But, strangely, the Outer Hull Division was silent for the next 2 days. Zhao Feng and company weren't disturbed at all. Using this chance, Zhao Feng used the time to comprehend Starfinger and broke through to the highest level, the 7th level. At the same time, Zhao Feng had basically comprehended the 3rd stance of the 4 wind stances, partial wind stance, which greatly increased his strength. Chapter 112. Starfinger and partial wind stance had reached the max level, which made Zhao Feng confident that he would be able to deal with all kinds of trouble. Starfinger was one of the top offensive skills in the outside world, and once it was trained to the 7th level, one would be able to dominate the 9th rank of the martial path. As for partial wind stance, it was an offensive skill of the 4 wind stances, and it wasn't any weaker than a half-holy martial art. Zhao Feng had merged partial wind stance's intent into Starfinger, which aimed for extreme offense, and its power had increased by more than 1 level. The perfect understanding of the two had almost surpassed a low-class mortal skill, and its power was close to a middle-class mortal skill. One had to know that Zhao Feng's Silver Wall technique was only a low-class mortal skill. According to what Zhao Feng knew, most of the outer disciples only trained 1 or 2 low-class mortal skills, and it was rare for them to reach the high level. As for middle-class mortal skills, only the inner disciples of the Broken Moon clan had access to them. Furthermore, if one didn't reach the Ascended Realm, they wouldn't be able to learn a middle-class mortal skill. There's only the Burning Wind stance left. It's the most profound, and I've only just learnt it. Zhao Feng murmured. The Burning Wind stance was the strongest of the 4 wind stances, and if he could comprehend 60 to 70% of it, it wouldn't be impossible for him to challenge someone at the Ascended Realm. He stretched his back and walked out of the room to find Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fan. Ever since Zhao Feng beat up Qin Feng, the 3 of them hadn't been disturbed for a few days. At this moment, the 3 met up, but Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fan were still worried. The distribution of duties for the new disciples will be announced tomorrow, Yang Qingshan said. The 3 of them all knew that there were good and bad positions in the clan. We're just outer disciples right now. If we can't even solve this small problem, how can we compete with Beimwa? Not to mention Hai Yun Master, who's an elder of the clan. Zhao Feng wasn't scared at all. His first goal right now was to become an inner disciple. The inner sect was where the true geniuses of the sect gathered. Geniuses like Beimwa and son Yuan Hao had already entered the inner sect and were disciples of the sect's elders. Exactly, if we can't even deal with these small fries in the outer court, then we wouldn't even have the qualifications to carry Beimwa's shoes. Nangong Fan and Nangong Fan nodded their heads. Their confidence and fighting spirit had been restored. As the 3 of them were conversing, the residents of the outer disciples suddenly fell silent. He's coming. Some of them were muttering softly, their faces filled with panic. Who's here? Zhao Feng and the other 2 noticed the strange change in the atmosphere in the residence. Doesn't Ho Yuan, who's ranked 4th in the outer court, disciple, have his own courtyard? Why is he here? Some of the outer disciples had fear and respect in their eyes. Everyone's gaze fell on the entrance of the residence. At this time, near the entrance of the residence, 3 people walked over. The one in the middle was a figure that was as tall as a diamond. His upper body was bare, revealing his iron-like muscles. He didn't need to purposely release his aura, but the power radiating from his body was enough to scare off deadly beasts and human cultivators. With every step the towering figure took, the ground seemed to tremble faintly, and the hearts of the nearby outer sect disciples trembled. He was ranked 4th in the outer court disciple, Ho Yuan. What a powerful body! With just his body alone, he can suppress normal cultivators of the 9th rank. Zhao Feng's left eye scanned the other party's bones and blood. In terms of body strengthening, Hou Yuan was even better than his silver wall technique, which was at the peak 8th level. Zhao Feng was certain that the other party had cultivated a body strengthening technique that wasn't any weaker than silver wall technique. What was more terrifying was that this person's cultivation had also reached the half-step ascended saint realm. Apparently, the top 20 of the outer disciples had all reached the half-step ascended saint realm, which was equivalent to first guard. It was hard to imagine how terrifying someone at the half-step ascended saint realm and had a body that could suppress normal cultivators of the 9th rank of the consolidated realm. Ta-ta! Ta-ta! Following Hou Yuan's footsteps, the nearby outer disciples felt chills run down their spine. Those that were close to him felt their scalp go numb and their blood flow stop. What power! Apart from Master, there has never been anyone who could give me so much pressure. Yang Qingshan took a deep breath and exchanged glances with Nan Gongfan, unable to hide the shock on his face. They were sure that Hou Yuan's strength surpassed first guard and was much stronger than normal cultivators at the half-step ascended saint realm. Zhao Feng scanned the two people on Hou Yuan's left and right. One of them was Qin Feng, who he had defeated a few days ago. Apart from Qin Feng, there was also a short-haired youth on Hou Yuan's right. This short-haired youth's cultivation had also reached the half-step ascended saint realm. The outer disciple, rank 13th, Ji Fengyin. Why is he here? Don't the top 20 disciples in the outer court, as the reserve elites of the inner court, have their own courtyards? Everyone's gaze then turned to the short-haired youth. Of the three who came, Hou Yuan was ranked 4th in the outer sanctum. Next was Ji Fengyin, who was at the half-step ascended saint realm and ranked 13th. The weakest was Chen Feng, who was ranked 28th and was at the peak 9th rank of the consolidated realm. Chen Feng laughed coldly as he scanned the direction of Zhao Feng and company. He said something to Hou Yuan and Ji Fengyin in a low tone. Hou Yuan and Ji Fengyun's gazes then landed on Zhao Feng, Yang Qingshan, and Nan Gongfan. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan's hearts shook as their bodies froze and their breathing quickened. That invisible psychological pressure made them anxious and fearful. Only Zhao Feng's expression remained the same, and he could still be considered calm. Qin Feng, you're too useless. You can't even control these three brats. Ji Fengyin shook his head. Qin Feng let out an embarrassed smile. He was extremely respectful toward the two inner disciples. In the Broken Moon clan, the top 20 outer disciples were trained as substitute inner disciples, and the treatment they received was far better than normal outer disciples. He knew the strength of the two in front of him. Putting aside Hou Yuan, who was ranked 4th, even Ji Fengyin would only need 2 or 3 moves to defeat him. There's no rush right now. We don't want others to laugh at us for bullying the new disciples. We'll slowly deal with them after we're done. Hou Yuan's voice was low, and he couldn't even be bothered to look at Zhao Feng and company. On the other hand, Ji Fengyin inspected Zhao Feng and co with interest. The three youths hadn't even broken through to the 9th rank, and one of them was able to defeat Qin Feng, who was at the peak 9th rank. This surprised him. Hou Yuan and company slowly walked towards where Zhao Feng and company were staying. They walked around the area before leaving. The nearby outer disciples let out a long breath. They were filled with respect and even fear towards the substitute inner disciples. This was especially so for Hou Yuan, who had apparently challenged an inner disciple at the Ascended Realm. A peaceful day passed by quickly. The next morning, the clan's task for the new disciples was passed down. All new disciples come out. A vice deacon from the External Affairs Division arrived with a dignified expression and gathered everyone. Task. The new disciples' hearts tightened as they quickly walked out of their rooms. Soon, with Xiao Sun, Yun Mingxiang, and Lu Yu are leading the 21 new disciples, they gathered together. Zhao Feng realized that Xiao Sun's cultivation had reached the peak 9th rank. Yun Mingxiang and Lu Yu were both at the peak 8th rank and were about to reach the 9th rank. The cultivation of these 3 people increased so quickly. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Lu Yu's talent was the highest, so it was understandable for her to increase so quickly. On the other hand, Yun Mingxiang and Xiao Sun both had middle-tier spiritual bodies, which were close to high-tier spiritual bodies. Zhao Feng's left eye was very sensitive, and he could sense the aura of pills and treasures from Yun Mingxiang and Xiao Sunday. He immediately realized that these 2 had extraordinary backgrounds. One was the princess of the Cloud Country, and the other was the disciple of the number 1 hidden clan in the Cloud Country. Both of them had deep connections with the Broken Moon clan. Lu Yu's eyes coincidentally met with Zhao Feng's, and she seemed to be mocking and provoking him. Before the clan's examination, Lu Yu was already unhappy with Zhao Feng's cold gaze. During the talent test, Zhao Feng's pretentious performance had shocked both her and Lord Songtia. In the end, she realized that she had been tricked by Zhao Feng. This person was just putting on an act, and he only had a low-tier spiritual body, which was very normal in the clan. Facing Lu Yu's gaze, Zhao Feng shamelessly blinked his eyes, as if he didn't know what was going on and thought that he was just having fun. This guy's talent is average, but he's so shameless and arrogant. Lu Yu stomped her feet in anger as her face turned slightly red. She thought in her heart and ignored him like he was a frog at the bottom of a well. But every time she thought of Zhao Feng's performance, she would feel a surge of anger in her heart. Next, I will announce your positions. The deputy deacon's eyes were cold as he looked around. The crowd instantly became silent. Although the deputy deacon's strength and position weren't as high as the main deacon's, they still surpassed most inner disciples. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly looked towards a house a few miles away. On top of the house sat 3 people. Ho Yuan and Ji Fengyin, who he had seen in the day, were both here. The one in the middle was a handsome male wearing a black robe, Quan Chen. Haha, it's going to be fun now. Deputy Deacon Wang and my master are friends. I only need to give him a hint, and he won't give them good positions. Quan Chen said casually, as if he was an outsider enjoying a good show. At this moment, the positions of the deputy deacons were announced. Princess Yun Mingxiang was sent to the Grasswood Division to learn from a pill master elder in the clan. This was a job that made people envious and jealous. Following that, Xiao Sun and Lu Yu were given good positions. All of this was within everyone's expectations. After these 3, the others' positions weren't as good, but there were still some that were good and some that were bad. Finally, it was Zhao Feng's turn. Yang Qingshan, you'll be a farmer. You'll go to the herb fields in the northern mountains to pick up manure, fertilize, and irrigate. You'll need to complete 5 mu of land every day. Nangong Fan, you'll be a porter. You'll go to the ruins of the Grasswood Division to carry all sorts of waste down the mountain. You'll need to complete 50,000 kilograms of waste every day. Hearing this, the rest of the disciples felt a chill down their spines as they looked at Zhao Feng and the others with pity. Zhao Feng also felt sorry for his 2 senior brothers, but this result wasn't out of his expectations. That's it. The deputy deacon put away the book in his hand. Chapter 113. The duties of the new disciples were basically all assigned. It could be said that one family was happy while the other was sad. There were only a few people who were actually assigned good jobs, but they didn't have a choice. As outer disciples and newcomers, they belonged to the most marginalized circle of the clan. The unluckiest ones were Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fan. They had to do the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. Under this situation, it was hard for them to find time to cultivate. After the announcement, the deputy deacon put away the book in his hand and was about to leave. Zhao Feng was dazed as he stood on the spot. Why didn't he have a job? Whether it was Yun Mingxiang, Xiao Sun, Yang Qingshan, or Nangong Fan, they had all been given jobs. But the deputy deacon didn't mention Zhao Feng at all. Wait, deacon, Zhao Feng called out to Deputy Deacon Wang. "What's the matter?" "I'm only in charge of announcing the job. The others will take care of it." Deputy Deacon Wang's face was filled with displeasure as he glanced at Zhao Feng. The morning breeze around them suddenly fell silent. An invisible spiritual pressure was faintly discernible, surrounding the surroundings. The crowd's breathing quickened as they felt uneasy. Only now did they realize that the person standing opposite them was the vice deacon of the sect. Of course, there were also some who looked at Zhao Feng gloatingly. This included Lu Yu. But she was also worried for Zhao Feng. "May I ask why Deputy Deacon Wang didn't announce my job?" Zhao Feng's words were cautious and respectful. He knew very clearly that Deputy Deacon Wang was several times stronger than his master, Lord Guanjuan. Being a deputy deacon, his cultivation was at least at the fifth sky of the ascended realm. Even inner disciples didn't dare to offend him. Zhao Feng's words caused some of the people present to freeze in confusion. Everyone had a job, but why didn't Zhao Feng have one? "What's your name?" Deputy Deacon Wang was expressionless. "Zhao Feng." The young man stood in the morning breeze, neither servile nor overbearing. He had entered the sect without leaving behind any evidence, so he didn't believe that the other party could do anything to him. "You're Zhao Feng." Deputy Deacon Wang revealed a trace of surprise and immediately sized him up with a strange and new gaze. The invisible spiritual pressure that permeated the surroundings also dissipated like a puff of smoke. Those who were more observant noticed that Deputy Deacon Wang's demeanor had become kinder. He seemed to value Zhao Feng to a certain extent. "Yes, I am," Zhao Feng replied. He didn't expect Deputy Deacon Wang to know him. "Ahem, due to some special reasons, your position has not been decided yet." Vice Deacon Wang squeezed out a smile. "Ah." Some of the new disciples had strange expressions on their faces. Why did Vice Deacon Wang suddenly become so polite? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. However, Deputy Deacon Wang did not say anything and turned around to leave. Being a deputy deacon, he had a high status and was only responsible for announcing the tasks. He didn't care about the details. Xiao Sun and Princess Yunmingxiang looked at Zhao Feng with a strange expression. The strength that Zhao Feng had displayed in the second test had shocked them, but they didn't put it to heart. After all, Zhao Feng's talent was only average. And this time, only Zhao Feng's position had not been decided yet, which meant that it wasn't a simple matter. Lu Yu was also a little angry. She had wanted to see Zhao Feng lose face, but she didn't expect him to be noticed by the deputy deacon. Even Zhao Feng's senior brothers, Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan, were confused. Zhao Feng shook his head, indicating that he didn't know much either. There was a total of 21 outer disciples. Apart from Zhao Feng, the other 20 had been given their respective roles. On the same day, Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan went to report to their respective roles. "Damn, I can't believe I'm with that bastard Qin Feng in the Grasswood Division's ruins. His life is much easier than mine." Nan Gongfan's face was green. "The field that I'm in happens to be managed by Ji Fengyin. There are more than 10 farmers under his command, but my job is the heaviest." Yang Qingshan's face was also ugly. Zhao Feng's face changed after hearing this. Qin Feng, Ji Fengyin, and Hou Yuan. These 3 were obviously in cahoots with Quan Qin. On the same day, Nan Gongfan and Yang Qingshan went to their own areas to fulfill their duties. In the eyes of others, entering the clan was like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. But everyone knew that outer sect disciples were at the very edge of the sect. Most of them helped the sect do odd jobs and did not receive any real nurturing. Zhao Feng suddenly remembered what Lord Guanjuan had said. After entering the clan, your first goal is to become an inner disciple as soon as possible. Because outer disciples don't receive much attention from the clan, the upper echelons of the clan won't even care if 1 or 2 outer disciples die. Only by becoming an inner disciple will you be protected and nurtured by the clan. At this point, even High Yun Master won't be able to touch you easily. In the sect, an outer court disciple was like an ant that could be toyed with by anyone. Even if they were toyed to death, the upper echelons of the sect would not pursue the matter. Only by becoming an inner disciple would one be able to enter the true circle of the clan. Because he hadn't been given any tasks, Zhao Feng first went to check on the work of his two senior brothers. Yang Qingshan went back and forth between septic tanks, wells, farmlands, and other places. He shuttled through several acres of farmland, doing dirty and tiring work. Outer sect disciples who held the same position as him had much easier tasks. Newcomer, hurry up. If you don't complete the task by tonight, your salary in the sect will be deducted. A cold voice sounded from a nearby house. Zhao Feng looked over and saw Ji Fengyin rushing Yang Qingshan with a cold expression. Yang Qingshan's heart was filled with anger, but he could only suppress it. Every outer sect disciple would receive a certain amount of salary in the sect. For example, Zhao Feng and the other two would receive a substandard primal crystal stone every month, as well as spiritual pills from the clan. Primal crystal stones were said to be the crystallization of the heaven and earth yuan qi and contain the purest energy of the heaven and earth. True primal crystal stones were priceless and could greatly increase one's cultivation. Even those at the ascended realm wanted them. Primal crystal stones were split into low, middle, high, and peak grade, but as outer disciples they couldn't receive true primal crystal stones, or else they would be able to break through to the ascended realm faster. But even the substandard primal crystal stones were better than most cultivation resources in the outside world. Secondly, the spiritual pills given by the clan were holy pills in the outside world. Even the lowest grade spiritual pill was higher than the chilling snow body pill and burning sunbone pill that Zhao Feng had used before. Yang Qingshan was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. Firstly, Ji Fengyin was the supervisor of this field, and if he went against him, he could be punished. Secondly, deducting his salary was the same as digging out Yang Qingshan's heart. At least up to now, Yang Qingshan didn't have the ability to resist. Seeing this, Zhao Feng decided to help his senior apprentice brother. Stop right there. He has to do his own work. No one else is allowed to help. Ji Fengyin walked over with a serious face. There's no such rule in the Outer Hall Division. On the contrary, everyone has times when they're busy. According to the rules, they can ask for someone else to take over. I don't believe that Brother Ji can manage this field without cultivating. Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he argued. Fuck off. I'm in charge of this field and no one else is allowed to interfere. Ji Fengyin said impatiently. He wasn't being reasonable at all. Being reasonable was only when the other party was of the same level, and if the other party had the right to interfere. In his eyes, Zhao Feng and the others were small fries that he could do whatever he wanted. Brother Zhao, I understand your good intentions. You should leave. Yang Qingshan tried to persuade Zhao Feng to leave as he kept winking at him. Ji Fengyin, I heard that there's a total of 20 substitute inner disciple spots, and you're one of them. Zhao Feng didn't leave. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. That's right, what do you want? Ji Fengyin's expression was slightly arrogant, and he had a sense of superiority. Being a substitute inner disciple, his treatment was better than the other outer disciples. From a certain point of view, a substitute inner disciple was a quasi-inner disciple. To a certain extent, they were trained by the clan, and once they reached the ascended realm, they could become official. According to the rules of the clan, I can challenge you. If I win, I can replace you as a substitute inner disciple. Battle intent rose from Zhao Feng's body. Challenge. Challenge a substitute inner disciple. The conflict here also attracted the attention of the nearby outer disciples. Brother Zhao, don't be rash. Yang Qingshan's expression changed. In the outer sect, The 20 reserve inner sect disciples were definitely the cream of the crop among the outer sect disciples. Every reserve inner disciple's cultivation base had reached the half-step transcending mortality stage. Ji Fengyin was ranked 13th, and his strength was on par with the first guard, maybe even stronger. Ha ha ha. I admire your courage. According to the rules of the clan, to challenge a substitute inner disciple, you need to apply to the Outer Hall Division, and the challenge will start in 3 days. I won't make things difficult for your friend in these 3 days, but if you fail, he'll be my dog. Ji Fengyin let out a long laugh and pointed at Yang Qingshan. What he meant was that Zhao Feng had to consider the consequences. His senior brother's fate was in his hands. Sure, see you in 3 days. Zhao Feng said goodbye to his senior brother and went to the Grasswood Division to check on Nan Gongfan. Nan Gongfan was responsible for moving the pill refining waste. In the Grasswood Division, there was a mountain of pill refining waste. Usually, a mountain of materials could only be made into tens of pills, so there was a lot of waste. Pill refining was to refine the essence of plants and spiritual materials. The remaining waste made up more than 99% of the materials. Nan Gongfan's situation wasn't much better than Yang Qingshan's. Because he was with Qin Feng, he had to do the most tiring work that no one else could do. Seeing Zhao Feng come over, Qin Feng's face was filled with wariness. That day, Zhao Feng had defeated him, which left a shadow in Qin Feng's heart. When I become a substitute inner disciple, those people will have to think twice before bullying the 2 senior brothers. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng returned to the Outer Hall Division. As soon as he returned, he immediately went to the Outer Hall Division to apply to challenge Ji Fengyin, who was ranked 13th. This matter caused an uproar in the outer disciples. Late that night, some of the new outer disciples received the news. Zhao Feng's application was approved. Hee, it's been a long time since someone challenged a substitute inner disciple. This newcomer is really fearless. Many people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Chapter 114. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan dragged their tired bodies back to the Outer Hall Division. Junior brother Zhao issued a challenge to a substitute inner court disciple. Nan Gongfan was shocked when he heard this news. Yang Qingshan sighed. He felt slightly guilty, but he was more worried. He was worried about Zhao Feng and their future. Brother Zhao, you were too impulsive during the day. I know you did it for my own good. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan found Zhao Feng. The 2 weren't optimistic about Zhao Feng's challenge. Brother Zhao, I know you're strong, but if you want to challenge Ji Fengyin, you should at least break through to the 9th rank. Furthermore, there's a strict limit to the number of times you can challenge a substitute inner disciple. There's only 1 chance every half a year. Nan Gongfan couldn't help but complain. Challenging a cultivator at the half-step ascended realm with only the 8th rank of the consolidated realm? No one would think that Zhao Feng could win. From Nan Gongfan's point of view, Zhao Feng had wasted his chance. If Zhao Feng failed this time, he would have to wait for half a year before he could challenge again. In the eyes of the other outer disciples, Zhao Feng's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock. Haha, that's good. We'll be able to see the strength of a substitute inner disciple 3 days later. Xiao Sun had a smile on his face as he said to Princess Yun Mingxiang. After entering the Broken Moon clan, Xiao Sun's cultivation had reached the peak 9th rank, and he was considering if he should challenge a substitute inner disciple. At least right now, he didn't have much confidence. Zhao Feng's reckless actions were a test stone for him, which made Xiao Sun extremely happy. Inside the room, Zhao Feng didn't care about what others thought, but he still had to explain to his 2 brothers. My goal is to become an inner disciple. If I can't even deal with these outer disciples, what right do I have to enter the vast world of the clan? Zhao Feng's voice was filled with confidence. Nan Gongfan and Yang Qingshan looked at each other. Zhao Feng's talent wasn't as good as theirs, but his ambition was much bigger than theirs. From what he said, it seemed that he would only stop after he crushed the entire outer disciples under his feet. The next morning, Vice Deacon Wang, who announced the assignment of duties yesterday, came to the residence of the outer disciples again. "Greetings, Deacon." The nearby outer disciples bowed respectfully. A deacon was a level higher than an ordinary inner disciple. Vice Deacon Wang nodded lightly and arrived at Zhao Feng's residence. The outer disciples nearby all glanced at Zhao Feng as he walked out. "Zhao Feng, your duties will be assigned soon. Follow me to the outer hall." Deputy Deacon Wang had a pleasant smile on his face. "Thank you, Deacon Wang." With a respectful expression, Zhao Feng left with Deputy Deacon Wang. This scene caused the surrounding outer disciples to be confused. If it was an ordinary position, Deputy Deacon Wang could directly announce it. However, Zhao Feng's situation was a bit strange. The first time they didn't announce his position, and the second time they brought him to the outer sect hall's main hall. That was where the big shots of the outer sect resided. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan exchanged glances and couldn't help but worry for Zhao Feng. Being disciples of Lord Guanjuin Su Ran, the three of them had a grudge with an elder before even entering the Broken Moon clan. This meant that their future path would be more difficult than others. After walking for a while, Vice Deacon Wang brought Zhao Feng to the outer hall's main hall. This was the core of the outer hall, and it controlled everything. Apparently, the division leader of the outer hall was an elder of the clan and was at the True Spirit Realm. Experts at the True Spirit Realm stood at the peak of the Broken Moon clan and were usually in secluded meditation. How would they have the time to deal with these things? Therefore, the division leader didn't really care about anything big or small. On the contrary, the vice leaders were the ones who held the most power. Based on this, the people in charge of the Broken Moon clan's divisions were the vice leaders. "Zhao Feng, you're here." The vice leaders are waiting inside. Deacon Qiu, who had entered the outer hall, stood at the entrance. Deacon Qiu and Vice Deacon Wang were both from the outer hall, and they were familiar with each other. Vice Deacon Wang had already heard from Deacon Qiu about Zhao Feng's situation in the third test. Therefore, Vice Deacon Wang was cautious toward Zhao Feng and didn't want to offend him. After greeting Deacon Qiu, Zhao Feng immediately entered a side hall. From the side hall, 3 powerful auras appeared. They were stronger than any disciple or deacon that Zhao Feng had seen before. Of the 3 auras, 2 of them were familiar. One was a white-robed elder, and the other was a red-faced elder. Zhao Feng recognized the 2 elders. They were Old Man Zhang and Old Man Guan, who he had met in the third test. These 2 were both vice leaders of the clan, and their statuses were high. Apart from them, there was also a black-clothed, middle-aged man with a cold expression. His aura was on par with the 2 elders. Zhao Feng guessed that this person was the vice leader of the outer hall. "Greetings, 3 vice leaders." Zhao Feng didn't dare to be slow. He was just an ant at the bottom of the clan. Any one of the 3 in front of him held power in the Broken Moon clan, and their strength was immeasurable. Seeing Zhao Feng walk in, Old Man Zhang and Old Man Guan's eyes lit up and their expressions were filled with eagerness. He's Zhao Feng." The black-clothed vice leader glanced at Zhao Feng curiously. Being the vice leader of the outer hall, he obviously knew Zhao Feng's background and information like the back of his hand. He was extremely clear that Zhao Feng's talent was that of a low-tier spiritual body, and it should be hard for him to receive the attention of vice leaders. But it was this normal disciple that made 2 vice leaders compete to take him as their disciple. This was the same for the distribution of outer disciples. The 2 vice leaders, Old Man Zhang and Old Man Guan, both wanted Zhao Feng to work under them. Of course, the black-robed vice hall master would not mind transferring away an outer disciple with ordinary talent. He could even do them a favor. But the problem was that the 2 experienced vice heads were both fighting for Zhao Feng's position, and neither of them wanted to give each other a chance. Who should he transfer to? This is a really nerve-wracking problem. In this situation, the black-clothed vice hall master called Zhao Feng over for a discussion. It didn't take long for Zhao Feng to understand what had happened, and he was half happy and half worried. Zhao Feng, what do you think? Join the Grasswood Division, and I'll make pills for you. I'm sure your future will be great. Old Man Guan said eagerly. An alchemist seemed to be a very popular occupation. Zhao Feng understood that most of the spiritual pills in the clan came from the Grasswood Division. If he could become Old Man Guan's disciple, he would have an advantage in the supply of spiritual pills. It must be known that once a medicinal pill reached the level of a spirit pill, the medicinal efficacy of each pill was a level higher than the top medicinal pills of the mortal world. Pooh! This kid's real talent lies in the art of arrays. Zhao Feng, as long as you are willing to follow me, I will give you 10 substandard primordial crystal stones every month. Furthermore, there's a special origin returning formation that covers the 1,000 Leaves pool in the administration hall. The spirit liquid in the pool can last for 1,000 years and has a miraculous effect on the transformation of the body. It's also a great boost to body refinement. Old Man Zhang didn't give in and offered more temptations. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. According to his salary as an outer disciple, he was only given 1 substandard primordial crystal stone every month, which could greatly improve his cultivation. Old Man Zhang gave him 10 substandard primordial crystal stones every month. Not only that, there was also the 1,000 Leaves pond, which could help body refinement and help body refinement. After arguing for a while, the 2 Vice Hall Masters started to curse again. The black-clad Vice Hall Master could not help feeling startled. After some thought, he said, I have a compromise. What idea? The 2 old men stopped arguing and looked at the Vice Hall Master at the same time. How about this? Your problem is whether Zhao Feng is better at alchemy or arrays. Am I right? The Vice Hall Master smiled. Yes, that's right. The 2 old men nodded in agreement. That's great. Let Zhao Feng learn from the 2 old men for a while. At that time, we'll compare and see which aspect he's more proficient in, and finally make a decision. Wouldn't that be obvious? The black-clothed Vice Hall Master said with a smile. The Old Man Guan and the Old Man Zhang thought for a while and then nodded. It seemed that this was the only way to decide who Zhao Feng would belong to. Next, there was only one question left. Where would Zhao Feng work first? I will stay with Old Man Guan in the herbal division for a while. Zhao Feng gave the answer. The reason why he chose the herbal division was because his 2 senior brothers' tasks were related to the herbal division. Yang Qingshan was a farmer in the farm, and Nan Gongfan was a porter in the ruins of the herbal division. If he worked in the herbal division, he could take care of his 2 senior brothers. That was the end of the argument. The 2 old men decided to let Zhao Feng study in the herbal division for 10 days before he went to the clan affairs division to follow Old Man Zhang. Just like that, Zhao Feng's duties were assigned. That morning, he followed Old Man Guan to the herbal division. On the way, Old Man Guan told Zhao Feng about the benefits of being an alchemist and how bright his future would be. Zhao Feng kept saying yes. Vice Hall Master, Master Guan. As he entered the herbal hall, everyone on the way bowed to him. Zhao Feng could see that these people respected Old Man Guan from the bottom of their hearts. There were many inner disciples and alchemists among them. Why is that kid with Old Man Guan? When they passed by a certain high slope, an outer sect disciple cried out involuntarily in the desolate ruins below. That outer disciple was Chun Feng, who had been defeated by Zhao Feng. Is that kid Old Man Guan's new alchemy boy? Impossible. Old Man Guan is very strict with his alchemy boys. Last time, even an inner disciple was kicked out. The disciples nearby were discussing in low voices. However, it seemed like Old Man Guan was taking Zhao Feng to the herbal division. It seemed like he was taking Zhao Feng very seriously. Soon, Old Man Guan took Zhao Feng to the herbal division. There was a strong smell of medicine in the air. Alchemists and pharmacists could be seen here. Zhao Feng? A surprised voice came from a young girl. Zhao Feng turned around and saw that it was the princess of the Cloud Country, Yun Mingxiang. Yun Mingxiang was helping a beautiful alchemist organize the ingredients. Old Man Guan. The beautiful female alchemist greeted Old Man Guan with a smile. Alchemist Yun Yao, is this the niece you mentioned? Old Man Guan smiled. The two knew each other, and after a brief introduction, Zhao Feng found out that the pill master called Yun Yao was Yun Mingxiang's aunt. Old Man Guan, is this new disciple your new alchemy boy? Yun Yao looked at Zhao Feng curiously. It wasn't easy for me to snatch this alchemy genius from Old Man Zhang. Master Guan smiled with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 115. Pill Refining Genius? Yun Mingxiang, was slightly dazed as her eyes were filled with doubt. She never would have thought that the youth with a normal spiritual body would become the pill refining genius that Old Man Guan talked about. Furthermore, from what Old Man Guan said, he had fought with the other vice head for Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Pill Master Yun Yao was also slightly surprised. Her beautiful eyes landed on Zhao Feng and inspected him in a new way. Yun Yao admitted that Old Man Guan was one of the best in the clan in terms of alchemy, and he was extremely knowledgeable. But no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't see anything special about Zhao Feng. Although he was young, some of the pill masters in the clan had already started learning alchemy when they were a few years old. Looking at Princess Yun Mingxiang's expression, Yun Yao couldn't help but doubt Old Man Guan's judgment. Zhao Feng, have you ever learnt alchemy or alchemy before? Pill Master Yun Yao asked. Alchemy was similar to martial arts in that it required knowledge and foundation. I've never learnt alchemy before, so I don't know anything. Zhao Feng didn't hide anything. Both Old Man Guan and Old Man Zhang knew about this. In reality, he was also curious why Old Man Guan and Old Man Zhang had their eyes on him at the same time. Don't know anything? Yun Yao and Yun Mingxiang were both shocked and in disbelief. A youth without any foundation in alchemy had caught the eye of one of the top pill masters of the Broken Moon clan and was even fighting with another top array master. Yun Mingxiang was a little unconvinced. At the very least, she wouldn't admit that she was worse than Zhao Feng. Yun Yao also felt sorry for Princess Yang Yin. This princess niece of hers had studied alchemy and pharmacology since she was young, all in preparation for this day. Thinking up to here, Yun Yao couldn't help but call Old Man Guan to the side. Old Man Guan, my niece is the current princess of the Cloud Country. She has learnt alchemy since she was young, and her talent and cultivation far surpasses that brat Zhao Feng. Yun Yao confidently introduced Zhao Feng to Old Man Guan. In her view, in what aspect was her princess niece inferior to Zhao Feng? In terms of background, Yun Mingxiang was a princess and was more powerful than any of the disciples. In terms of talent and foundation, Yun Mingxiang was definitely better than Zhao Feng. Pill Master Yun Yao, are you questioning my judgment? I've been in the sect for almost 100 years. What kind of genius have I not seen? Master Guan smiled and didn't take it seriously. Not to mention cultivation and status. Just based on age and experience, he was several times better than Yun Yao. Yun Yao was speechless. Indeed, she was worried about her niece and underestimated Master Guan's experience and vision. In the past 100 years, Master Guan had seen too many ups and downs. He had also seen the rise and fall of many so-called geniuses. Perhaps there was something unusual about this Zhao Feng. Despite her thoughts, Yun Yao still felt a little unconvinced. She wanted to see what was so special about Zhao Feng. How about this, Zhao Feng? You've just arrived at the Grasswood Division. Familiarize yourself with the environment. In the next few days, you'll need to familiarize yourself with Pill Master Beginner's Guide and Fiery Heart Technique. Also, follow Pill Master Yun Yao and learn the basics of alchemy. There are a lot of books about it. Master Guan quickly assigned tasks to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng took Pill Master Beginner's Guide and Fiery Heart Technique and nodded his head as he watched Master Guan leave. Master Guan has an important pill to make in the next 2 days. I can help you with the basics of alchemy, Yun Yao said with a smile. She didn't dare to ignore Zhao Feng. Just like that, Zhao Feng and Princess Yun Mingxiang began to learn from Yun Yao. He doesn't even have the basics of alchemy. How can he understand Pill Master Beginner's Guide? Especially Fiery Heart Technique, even I find it hard to understand. Princess Yun Mingxiang curled her lips in disdain. Zhao Feng had an innocent expression as he helplessly shook his head. It wasn't like he wanted to learn alchemy, right? Yun Mingxiang was even angrier. Where did this normal brat get so lucky? Mengxiang, don't be rude. Yun Yao scolded. She then said apologetically to Zhao Feng, the basics of alchemy are very complicated. First, you need to memorize the properties of the ingredients. Only then will you be able to extract the essence from them. In the Broken Moon clan, every pill master has to memorize the 10,000 Plants Illustrated Guide when they enter the sect. Yun Mingxiang couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Memorizing the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook was easier said than done. This illustrated handbook recorded tens of thousands of strange alchemy ingredients from all over the world. Normal pill masters would only be able to memorize it after tens of years. Even Princess Yun Mingxiang had only memorized the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook, and she could only memorize 2,000 to 3,000 ingredients. Why did Auntie suggest for Zhao Feng to read the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook? A light flashed in Yun Mingxiang's mind, and she soon understood. She pursed the corner of her mouth into a faint smile. When this brat sees the myriad spirits of plants and vegetation illustrated guide, he will definitely back off in the face of difficulties. Thank you for your reminder. Zhao Feng didn't doubt her words. Shua, shua, shua. Zhao Feng first flipped through Pill Refining Basics and Pill Flame Heart Sutra. Soon, Zhao Feng had imprinted the contents of the 2 books into his mind. He had a rough understanding of Pill Refining Basics, and it was easier for him to understand things that were memorized in his mind. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's comprehension and analysis skills were much stronger than other geniuses his age. On the other hand, Zhao Feng felt that the Pill Flame Heart Sutra was a bit difficult. It was close to a low-class mortal skill, but the main obstacle was Zhao Feng's lack of knowledge about alchemy. It looks like Pill Master Yun Yao was right. Zhao Feng really did go to find the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook. This handbook was extremely precious in the Broken Moon clan, and normal outer disciples definitely didn't have the right to read it. But with Pill Master Yun Yao's help, this wasn't hard at all. Zhao Feng soon received the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook, and he paused. The entire illustrated handbook was enough to fill up a car. There was a large amount of information on the illustrated handbook, including the medicinal properties and attributes of each ingredient. It was extremely strange and complicated. Seeing Zhao Feng's stunned expression, Yun Mingxiang laughed in her heart. Shua, shua, shua. Without saying anything, Zhao Feng quickly flipped through the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook. This action caused Yun Yao and her niece to be extremely stunned. Zhao Feng, don't be too impatient. Normal geniuses wouldn't be able to fully understand this handbook without several years of study. Yun Yao laughed involuntarily. Zhao Feng didn't pay attention to them as he quickly flipped through the handbook, as if he wanted to eat the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook. Seeing Zhao Feng's impatient appearance, Yun Yao and Yun Mingxiang looked at each other and smiled with disdain in their eyes. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng let out a long breath as he returned the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook with excitement in his eyes. After looking through the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook, Zhao Feng's knowledge had been broadened. There were many weird ingredients in the handbook that he had never heard of before. It was said that the effects of some heaven and earth spiritual treasures had reached a nearly heaven-defying level. For example, Zhao Feng saw an arcane heavenly spiritual root that could raise a normal spiritual physique to the limit of the spiritual physique, or even the earth and sky spiritual physiques. There were also many other weird items, such as the 1,000 sinking grass that could allow one to sleep for 1,000 years, making the body immortal. There was also the primordial god blood that could allow humans to return to the ancient times, giving them the bloodline power of the primordial races, or even deities, giving them 3 heads and 6 arms. All in all, the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook had allowed Zhao Feng to come into contact with a bigger world. He even felt that the sect he was in right now was only a small corner of the world. Thank you, Senior Yin, for allowing me to see such a big and exciting world. Zhao Feng's face was still red as he returned the handbook. Yun Yao had a weird expression on her face. She didn't think that Zhao Feng would return the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook so quickly. You're not going to take a look? Yun Yao thought that he would back out, but looking at Zhao Feng's expression, that didn't seem to be the case. I'll be satisfied after one look. Zhao Feng smiled and didn't explain. After all, it would take an ordinary alchemist at least a dozen years to memorize the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook. In the next 2 days, Zhao Feng quickly analyzed the contents of the 10,000 Plants and Spirits Illustrated Handbook, gaining a basic understanding of the medicinal uses of these materials and their uses in alchemy. Based on this foundation, he studied the basics of alchemy and found that the principles were very simple. As for the more difficult Alchemy Flame Sutra, Zhao Feng also had a general understanding of it. The reason why he couldn't completely understand it was mainly because it involved practical uses in alchemy. After 2 days, Zhao Feng obtained some books on alchemy through Yun Yao. He imprinted them in his mind and quickly analyzed them. When he encountered some problems, Zhao Feng would ask Yun Yao. At first, Yun Yao was a bit disdainful, but then she was shocked. Some of the questions that Zhao Feng asked didn't seem like those of someone who had just started alchemy. In fact, they were even better than those who had only started a few years ago. As he studied, Zhao Feng was like a sponge, absorbing water at an incredible speed. Time passed by. One day, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered something. Not good. Today is the day I challenge Ji Fengyin. Zhao Feng's expression tightened. Zhao Feng immediately asked Yun Yao, an old man Guan, "You want to challenge a substitute inner disciple?" Yun Yao was shocked and looked at Yun Mingxiang for confirmation. Princess Yun Mingxiang nodded her head. She knew about this as well. This is simply nonsense. You're not talented in cultivation. Why don't you focus on alchemy? Old man Guan seemed to be disappointed. No one thought that Zhao Feng, a new disciple with normal talent, would be able to challenge a substitute inner disciple. Old man Guan thought that Zhao Feng would become his disciple in the future, so he didn't want him to embarrass himself. First of all, I'm confident in this challenge. Second of all, I've learned most of the things that you've taught me. Zhao Feng wasn't going to back down. You're confident? Old man Guan was so angry that he almost blew his beard. He smiled and said, "You said that you've learned most of the things that I've taught you." That's right. Zhao Feng was confident. You're too full of yourself. Old man Guan humphed and obviously didn't believe him. I'll ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, no one will stop you. Chapter 116. All right, it's a deal. After a short argument, Zhao Feng and Master Guan reached an agreement. Yun Yao and Princess Yun Mingxiang couldn't help but sweat for Zhao Feng. Master Guan was the vice leader of the Grasswood Division and the best alchemist in the martial arts faction. He was as powerful as an elder. Usually, those inner sect disciples and deacons were all respectful to him. I won't go back on my words. Master Yun Yao and Princess Yang Yin can be my witnesses. Old Man Guan smiled and then started to talk to him in a nice way. In his eyes, Zhao Feng was too arrogant. He wanted to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson and stop him from challenging the martial arts faction. Then Master Yun Yao and Princess Yun Mingxiang were the witnesses. Master Guan started to ask Zhao Feng questions about making Dan pills and spell of the blazing elixir. The focus was on making Dan pills. The spell of the blazing elixir was too difficult for a beginner, so Master Guan didn't want to make things difficult for Zhao Feng. In fact, when Master Guan gave him these 2 books, he didn't want him to learn them at all. He wanted him to get familiar with them first. It had only been a few days, and Zhao Feng said he had learned them. Master Guan didn't believe him. Humph! The number of geniuses he had seen were like the carps in the river. Those who thought themselves to be extraordinary were mostly people who understood the most superficial of things. First question: what is making Dan pills? Master Guan started with the easiest question. The so-called pill refinement is to extract the essence of all things in the world and condense it into a common pill form or other forms. It is called concoction. Almost all alchemists in the world need the help of Dan Fire. Not only did Zhao Feng answer Old Man Guan's question, but he also answered it. The first question was easy, so they weren't surprised that Zhao Feng could answer it. Then Master Guan increased the difficulty of the second question. Talk briefly about the selection and combination of ingredients for refining pills. Master Guan looked at him quietly. In this world, everything has its own attribute. Materials with different attributes contain different essences of the world. In fact, there are even some spiritual objects that contain a mixture of attributes, as well as some unique characteristics. The fusion process is extremely complicated, but there is a certain pattern to it. Zhao Feng answered fluently. A huge amount of information appeared in his mind. When concocting pills, how to use the alchemy fire, how to control the alchemy fire, what do I need to pay attention to in the process of controlling the fire? Old Man Guan's questions were even more difficult. To a novice, asking him questions about pill flame and flame control was a bit harsh. Before reaching the true spirit realm, alchemists are still unable to cultivate their own pill flame, so they need to use pill flames from the outside world. These pill flames can be obtained from various sources. For example, high-grade black cloud charcoal can be used to create pill flames, but the quality is not high. There are also some fire-type crystals that can produce higher-quality pill flames. Zhao Feng still answered very easily, saying more than 1,000 words in one breath. This time, Old Man Guan was a bit surprised, but he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Pill Master Yun Yao was also surprised. She knew that Zhao Feng was a newbie who had just started on the path of pill making. After that, Old Man Guan asked even more complicated questions. However, none of the questions were difficult for Zhao Feng. After a while, Old Man Guan's questions changed from alchemy basics to fire technique. Fire technique was very complicated. If one didn't know much about the ingredients, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge loss. However, Old Man Guan's questions about fire technique didn't trouble Zhao Feng at all. Master Yun Yao's face was full of shock. Princess Yun Mingxiang's face was blank. Even she, who had studied medicine since she was young, couldn't answer all of the questions about fire technique. Finally, cold sweat appeared on Old Man Guan's forehead. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or embarrassed. It turned out that Zhao Feng had indeed learned alchemy basics and fire technique. Such an incredible understanding ability was almost like a monster's. One last question. Old Man Guan took a deep breath and said seriously, "Since you have learned alchemy basics and fire technique, I will ask you to analyze the principle of how to make the Snow Spirit pill. Regarding this pill, Alchemy Beginners and Alchemy Flame Heart Sutra both mention it, as well as the ingredients. Principle of how to make the pill: Master Yin Yao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This question was about the core of alchemy. Many brilliant alchemists had their own unique formulas, which involved the combination of pharmacology, attributes, and the characteristics of materials. Even though the snow spirit pill was a relatively simple pill, and its formula was not complicated, this was a difficult question for a newcomer to the alchemy path. A novice alchemist who didn't even know the properties of common ingredients, let alone the principle of how to make the pill. When this question was asked, Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. Old Man Guan sighed. Isn't this a bit too harsh? Those who could successfully answer this question were basically all official alchemists. The 1,000-year ice snow lotus is of a cold attribute and contains the essence of the world's ice and snow. This is the first main ingredient of the snow spirit pill. The brain and blood marrow of the sharp-haired spirit monkey are of a complex attribute and are of a yang attribute. They can be fused with a certain amount of vitality and spirituality to neutralize the 1,000-year ice snow lotus. This is the second main ingredient. Zhao Feng explained the properties and principles of the 34 ingredients. After he finished his analysis, Old Man Guan and Pill Master Yun Yao were left behind. Princess Yun Mingxiang's heart was shaking. She couldn't believe that this young man, who had only been studying alchemy for a few days, had surpassed her. After a while, Old Man Guan took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Feng. Well answered. This question is beyond what we agreed on. He knew that the last question was beyond what they agreed on. Old Man Guan's intention was to suppress Zhao Feng's arrogance. But he didn't think that Zhao Feng's talent in pill making had reached a monstrous level. You didn't know the first thing about pill refinement a few days ago. How did you analyze the formula of the snow spirit pill and the principle of its ingredients so clearly? Yun Yao raised a question, or rather, a question. She suspected that Zhao Feng had learned alchemy before. Thank you, Master Yun Yao. If you didn't recommend me the illustrated guide of plants and vegetation, I wouldn't have been able to answer the last question. Zhao Feng smiled. The illustrated guide of plants and vegetation? Old Man Guan was surprised and asked Yun Yao, what happened? Yun Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately told Zhao Feng about how she recommended the Myriad Plants and Plants Diagram Manual. She recommended this book because she wanted Zhao Feng to give up. Normally, people wouldn't be able to memorize the contents of the book without at least a dozen years of practice. However, this book was the foundation that alchemists needed. Old Man Guan was experienced enough to know what Yun Yao was trying to do. Humph. So what if you've read the illustrated guide of plants and vegetation? There are tens of thousands of things in the book. Did you only memorize the ingredients of the snow spirit pill? Princess Yun Mingxiang sneered. She also suspected that there was something wrong with Zhao Feng. I didn't just memorize the ingredients of the snow spirit pill. I also memorized all the ingredients and pharmacology of the entire encyclopedia. Zhao Feng said in a mocking tone. The entire book? Yun Yao and Princess Xiangyun's heart shook. Don't tell me that you gave the entire myriad spirits of plant and wood encyclopedia to. Old Man Guan stood up and couldn't contain the excitement on his face. He had seen a lot of geniuses in his 100 years of life, so he knew that there were geniuses who had a photographic memory. For example, Beimwa was one of these super geniuses who had a photographic memory. However, in terms of memory, even Beimwa lost to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's power couldn't be described by the words photographic memory or photographic memory. He could copy and scan. Not to mention these words and pictures, even a complicated scene or a profound martial art move could be directly extracted by him. That's right. I just have a photographic memory. Zhao Feng said casually. A normal retentive memory wasn't something he was interested in. What he said made the other three speechless. Having an eidetic memory was easy to say, but this ability could allow a genius to learn in just a few days what others had learned and practiced diligently for several years. On top of that, Zhao Feng had given the 10,000 Spirits illustrated guide of grass and wood, which would take others more than a dozen years to memorize. In order to verify this, Old Man Guan, Yun Yao, and Princess Yun Mingxiang took turns to interrogate Zhao Feng about the contents of the book. The three of them didn't follow any rules. They asked about the materials in the book, from the common ones to the unpopular ones. But in the end, all of their questions were perfectly answered by Zhao Feng. This was too much of a blow. The three of them looked at each other speechlessly, especially Yun Mingxiang and Yun Yao. Old Man Guan, on the other hand, was extremely excited. That day in the third test, he only saw that Zhao Feng was very smart and had a good grasp of the details. This was what a genius alchemist needed. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Feng's talent in alchemy was even more terrifying than he had expected. Senior Guan, you won't stop me from challenging him, right? Zhao Feng laughed. Old Man Guan's face twitched, and he waved his hand. Go. You won't know how high the sky is if you don't try. Old Man Guan didn't know what to do with this prospective disciple. In his heart, he hoped that the inner sanctum substitute disciple who had been challenged would teach this young man a harsh lesson, so that he could truly walk on the right path. Hee, I'll go have a look too. Yun Mingxiang was interested. Go. Yun Yao waved her hand. Just like that, Zhao Feng and Princess Yun Mingxiang left the Grasswood Division and headed for the Outer Division. What awaited Zhao Feng in the Outer Hall Division was his first true battle since entering the clan. Thanks to Guanling, Wind Blowing Wind, Garfield, and the other readers for their tips. Also, I recommend a League of Legends novel. I'm a master of LOL. Chapter 117. On the way back, Princess Yun Mingxiang and Zhao Feng walked together. On the way back, Yun Mingxiang's attitude towards Zhao Feng was completely different from before. Her tone towards Zhao Feng was much more polite. Zhao Feng had a weird feeling as he glanced at Princess Xiangyin. From the entrance examination to entering the outer disciples, this Princess Xiangyin, with her beautiful face, noble identity, and elegant demeanor, made the other outer disciples feel ashamed of their inferiority and kept them at a distance. Before, Princess Xiangyin didn't even bother to look at Zhao Feng, who was just a youth with normal talent. However, things were different now. What she had just experienced made Yun Mingxiang realize that the youth in front of her might be a genius that she couldn't miss in her life. In that instant, she seemed to see the rise of a genius in the future, becoming a new star in the world of alchemy. As Princess Xiangyin, Yun Mingxiang's knowledge far exceeded the other outer disciples. She obviously understood the importance of a top-tier pill refiner to the clan. If a sect had more outstanding alchemists, they would be able to refine a sufficient amount of high-quality elixirs. This would play a significant role in improving the overall strength of the sect. If she could rope in this genius pill refiner, it would be unimaginable for the royal family. However, Zhao Feng maintained a neutral attitude towards Yun Mingxiang's attempts to rope him in. He didn't have a good impression of this princess, but he didn't want to offend her. After all, the Cloud Country was also the country he was from, his hometown. Yun Mingxiang sighed in her heart. She knew that she had given Zhao Feng a bad impression before and that he didn't really like her. Of course, she wouldn't give up so easily. This was a future star that would be of great help to the clan and the royal family. Not long later, Zhao Feng and Yun Mingxiang returned to the Outer Hall Division. Many people knew that today was the day that the new disciple, Zhao Feng, would challenge the substitute inner disciple, Ji Fengyin. Many outer disciples put down their work and came to watch the battle. At this moment, seeing Zhao Feng and Yun Mingxiang walking side by side, the nearby outer disciples, especially the new disciples, were shocked. When did Zhao Feng get together with the princess of the Cloud Country? Some of the outer disciples clicked their tongues in disbelief. After entering the clan, everyone had gotten used to Princess Xiangyun's coldness. Apart from Xiao Sun, Lu Yu'er, and a few others, she didn't care about the other outer disciples. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at the Outer Hall Division's special challenge stage. This challenge platform was located near the residence of the reserve inner disciples. Those reserve inner court disciples all had their own courtyards and pavilions in the outer court, and they could enjoy the superior treatment and cultivation of the sect. Once one became a substitute inner disciple, they would basically not have to do any chores, and they would be able to enjoy a lot of freedom, unlike ordinary outer disciples who basically had to do menial labor for the sect. The challenge stage was made with a special black rock, and Zhao Feng could tell that it was harder than steel. Even martial masters wouldn't be able to break it. Every time someone challenged a substitute inner disciple, the surroundings would be bustling. Zhao Feng saw some familiar figures: Xiao Sun, Liu Er, Qin Feng and his two senior brothers, Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan. Not long later, the one being challenged, Ji Fengyin, also arrived. For official challenges like this, there would usually be a deacon or vice-deacon present to supervise. The person in charge of today's challenge was Deacon Qiu. The new disciples were all familiar with Deacon Qiu, who was the person in charge of the entrance examination. However, unexpectedly, there seemed to be more than one person challenging the substitute inner disciples. The first battle, Wang Yang challenges the substitute inner disciple Xia Yundong. Deacon Qiu's voice was filled with a pressure that echoed across a few miles. The noisy scene quickly quieted down. Zeng! Zeng! Two figures exuding powerful auras landed on the martial arts arena. The two youths faced each other on the field. One was the substitute inner disciple, ranked 20th Xia Yundong, and the other was the challenger, Wang Yang. Both of them were at the half-step ascended realm, and their inner strength surged like lightning, causing the wind to howl around them. The invisible pressure they gave off was comparable to the first guard of the Guanjuan Palace. A battle between the half-step ascended realm. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan stood next to him as they watched the battle. Shua! Shua! The figures on the stage swayed. Two afterimages swept across the ground and in the air at lightning speed. Their moves collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. Qi waves and strong winds swept across like raging waves. Normal cultivators of the 8th rank of the Consolidated Realm would be torn to pieces if they came close. Both of them had 2 or 3 low-tier mortal cultivation methods and martial skills, which were equivalent to the legendary saint grade martial skills in the outside world. Sword Howling Wind and Cloud. The substitute inner disciple Xia Yundong stabbed out with his long sword, and a gust of wind shot into the sky. The wind was like an invisible blade that enveloped the challenger. At this point in time, the ear-piercing screech of the sword shook the eardrums of the outer disciples of the 8th and 9th ranks. This is the power of someone at the Consolidated Realm. The half-step ascended realm is so much stronger than normal cultivators of the 9th rank of the Consolidated Realm. Many of the outer disciples watching the battle were shocked as they were in awe of the half-step ascended realm and the reserve inner disciples. In the Broken Moon clan, the substitute inner disciple was definitely one of the best. An ordinary outer disciple would need to be at least at the half-step transcending mortality stage to challenge a reserve inner disciple. Of course, there were some exceptions who were only at the peak 9th rank of the martial path and succeeded. But in the past 2 years, the 20 substitute inner disciples were all at the half-step ascended realm. On the stage, there was an obvious difference between the 2 half-step ascended realm cultivators. Being the substitute inner disciple Xia Yundong, he had the upper hand, and every move and sword contained a bone-piercing sharpness. His opponent couldn't even get close to him. After 40 to 50 moves, the substitute inner disciple Xia Dongyin finally won and defeated Wang Yang. This battle didn't attract much attention. Victory and defeat were also within reason and expectations. However, after witnessing this battle, the new outer court disciples deeply understood the terrifying strength of a substitute inner court disciple. This was especially so for Xiao Sun, who had wanted to challenge the substitute inner disciple. His breathing quickened and his face was slightly pale, but he couldn't help but feel lucky that he was cautious. If he faced Xia Yindong, he probably wouldn't even be able to last 10 moves. Putting aside the substitute inner disciple Xia Dongyin, he didn't even have the confidence to win against Wang Yang. He's too strong. Bei Mua's strength was only so before he left. Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fan were both worried for Zhao Feng. That Xia Yundong was only ranked 20th among the substitute inner disciples. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Ji Fengyin, who was ranked 13th, would be. Thinking up to here, the last bit of hope that Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fan had for Zhao Feng was completely extinguished. The first battle had come to an end. Next, it was time for the second anticipated battle. In the first battle, both sides were close in strength. They were both old outer disciples, and everyone was familiar with each other, so it wasn't very attractive. But in the next battle, the challenger was a new disciple at the 8th stage of the consolidated realm. It was rare to see such a huge difference in strength in the last 10 years. Rather than saying that they were here to watch the battle, they were here to see how the ignorant youth would become a laughing stock. The second battle, Zhao Feng versus the substitute inner disciple Ji Fengyin. Deacon Qiu announced. As soon as he finished, the crowd went into an uproar. Some whistled, while others laughed. Silence. Deacon Qiu harumphed coldly, and an invisible mental energy, pressure pressed down like a mountain, causing the hearts of the nearby outer disciples to shake. The 7th sky of the ascended realm, which was above the consolidated realm, was like a mountain that couldn't be climbed, causing the arrogant outer disciples below the stage to tremble like ants. The crowd instantly became silent. The group of outer disciples kept quiet out of fear. They were deeply aware of the strict hierarchy in the world of sections. Under everyone's gazes, the two main characters of the day, Ji Fengyin and Zhao Feng, walked onto the stage. One of them, Ji Fengyin, was ranked 13th among the outer disciples, and he could be said to be an influential figure. His popularity and prestige were even higher than that of Xia Yundong. There was a small difference between the substitute inner disciples, but it wasn't big. But the difference between 13th and 20th couldn't be ignored. After seeing Xia Dongyun's strength, even Nangong Fan and Yang Qingshan had lost all confidence in Zhao Feng. Brat named Zhao, I admire your courage. You actually dared to challenge me. Ji Fengyin leisurely stood on the stage, looking indifferent. No one thought that he was arrogant. In front of a cultivator at the half-step ascended realm, a brat at the 8th consolidated realm could finish him off with just a wave of his hand. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's cultivation hadn't even reached the peak 8th consolidated realm yet. Brother Zhao, Yang Qingshan clenched his fists as his heart trembled. He was filled with guilt and helplessness. Zhao Feng had challenged Ji Fengyin because of him. At this moment, seeing Zhao Feng's lonely figure in front of countless mocking gazes, he blamed himself. Nangong Fan also lowered his head. His dislike and prejudice towards Zhao Feng had turned into smoke at this moment. Thinking back, it was just a joke. Below the stage, some of the new disciples, such as Xiao Sun, had pity and mockery in their eyes. Even Lu Yu, who had some conflicts with Zhao Feng in the past, couldn't help but have pity in her eyes. Maybe this is the only way he will be willing to walk on the right path and focus on pill-making. Yun Mingxiang murmured, on the stage. This is going to be troublesome. Zhao Feng remained calm as he faced the strongest opponent he had ever faced. At this moment, he seemed to feel real pressure. His qi and martial arts inner force surged, squeezing out more of his potential. Brat, how about this? I'll only use one hand. If you can win, then, Ji Fengyin said with a playful tone. Flowing wind stance, smoking transparent step. With a flicker, Zhao Feng disappeared from Ji Fengyun's sight. Ji Fengyun's voice came to an abrupt stop as he felt a piercing whistle coming from his back. The crowd went into an uproar. Most of them didn't even see Zhao Feng's figure clearly. soundless and traceless, like the ripples of smoke on the water. Zhao Feng's smoking transparent step had reached the max level and had merged with the flowing wind stance, reaching a whole new level. Chapter 118. Everyone on and off the stage was shocked by this sudden turn of events, causing their hearts to jump. No one would have thought that Zhao Feng would suddenly attack. A youth at the 8th rank of the Consolidated Realm could display such speed and skill. Smoking transparent step was a half-mortal skill, and Zhao Feng had unknowingly trained it to the max level. Even amongst the outer disciples of the Broken Moon clan, there weren't many who could train a half-mortal skill to the max level. Furthermore, after merging with the flowing wind stance, this half-mortal skill had risen by half a level. Even Ji Fengyin jumped up in fright. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Feng had already closed in on him from behind. Starfinger. Zhao Feng's fingertip spat out a beam of light that seemed to form an invisible tornado that enveloped Ji Fengyin. Windmill destruction. Ji Fengyin let out a yell as a blue inner strength burst out from his body like a windmill. It brought with it a domineering force as it charged out from his body towards his surroundings. Pum! The dull rumble was accompanied by the shattering of the airwaves. It was a frightening scene. The spectators held their breaths as they stared at this moment. In the aftermath of the shattered chi, a figure was as steady as Mount Tai, like a tyrant, awe-inspiring. Pung! The other youth's figure flipped in the air, and he was sent flying tens of yards before landing on the ground. What terrifying inner strength! Zhao Feng landed on the ground, his blood boiling and shock in his eyes. Although he had held back his Starfinger and Tornado stance, Ji Fengyin's strength had exceeded his expectations. The inner strength of someone at the half-step Ascended Realm was much stronger than those at the 9th rank of the Consolidated Realm. At the same time, it was more condensed. In terms of quantity and density, those at the half-step Ascended Realm far surpassed those at the 9th rank of the Consolidated Realm. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was only at the 8th rank of the Consolidated Realm. If it wasn't for the fact that his Silver Wall technique had been trained to the peak 8th level and his body and defense were strong enough, he would have suffered internal injuries just then. On the challenge stage, Ji Fengyin stood on the spot and laughed coldly. Brat surnamed Zhao, you're slightly stronger than I thought. But if you only have this much strength, you don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. Zhao Feng stood 100 feet away. His breathing quickened, and his eyes narrowed. Whoosh! The outer disciples below the stage let out a sigh of relief, but their faces were filled with fear. The clash just now was too fast. Zhao Feng's speed had exceeded everyone's expectations, and it had reached the standard of the half-step Ascended Realm. Shao Sun, Yun Mingxiang, and the others were surprised. Maybe the reason why Zhao Feng dared to challenge Ji Fengyin wasn't because he didn't have any foundation. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, another change occurred on the stage. Gale's shadow body, windmill rolling clouds. A tyrannical inner strength rotated at high speed, forming a windmill, causing a burst of violent wind. Like a rolling dragon, it instantly charged toward Zhao Feng. In that instant, no one could see Ji Fengyin's figure. He merged the mortal level movement skill, Tempest Shadow Body, into his main skill, Windwheel transformation. The two low-class mortal movement skills complemented each other. Whether it was speed or offense, they had almost reached the limit of the Consolidated Realm. Perfect fusion of movement and offense. This Ji Fengyin does have the ability to be arrogant. The outer disciples below the stage exclaimed. Under the barrage of attacks, Zhao Feng's figure was like a floating leaf, so tiny that he was instantly engulfed by the barrage of attacks. Silver wall suppressing river. Under the violent impact that was like a long river, a silhouette glowing with a silver luster stood in place like an iron wall. In the first round of attacks, Ji Fengyin wasn't able to break through Zhao Feng's defense and strength. Silver wall technique was one of the best low-class mortal skills, and Zhao Feng's returning breath technique had also increased his inner strength. Not only that, his returning breath technique also had the ability to assimilate other inner strengths. Of course, the difference in cultivation between the two was hard to make up for. If Zhao Feng only focused on defense, he would be suppressed by Ji Fingyun's speed and offense sooner or later. Windmill Rolling Cloud. Ji Fingyun's attack had only lasted for half of its duration, but it had already slightly shaken Zhao Feng's figure. Silver Air Barrier. A half-transparent silver barrier appeared on Zhao Feng's body, giving off a heavy pressure. With a muffled sound, the silver air barrier shook, showing signs of instability, but it still managed to block Ji Fingyun's Windmill Rolling Cloud. Ji Fengyun had taken the initiative to attack, but he didn't expect that Zhao Feng would be easily suppressed. Flowing Wind Stance. Tornado Stance. One Star Finger. Zhao Feng's figure moved as he instantly counterattacked, using both Flowing Wind Stance and Tornado Stance. Flowing Wind Stance borrowed the power of the wind to counter Ji Fingyun's movement skill. Tornado Stance had used 70 to 80% of its power, 20% more than last time. But the most terrifying thing was still One Star Finger. This time, Zhao Feng had used Star Finger to the highest 7th level. The instant the finger tore through the sky, an ear-piercing howl resounded like a shooting star, and it fused with the profundities of the tornado style, causing the might of the wind explosion to increase greatly. Pew! Zhao Feng's finger had directly pierced through Ji Fingyun's inner strength, causing the latter's expression to change as he furiously roared and retreated. This was the first time that Zhao Feng had forced Ji Fengyun to retreat. Ji Fengyun has been pushed back. Such a change had alarmed all the outer court disciples present. Ji Fengyun forcefully circulated his inner strength as he retreated, trying to turn the situation around. But this also caused his speed to slow down, revealing an opening. Zhao Feng's left eye was extremely sharp, activating Star Finger to the max level. His finger flashed like a meteor, stunning and beautiful. At this moment, Star Finger had reached an unprecedented peak in both attack and speed. Star Finger was one of the best finger skills in the Cloud Country. Its power was comparable to a half-mortal rank skill, and those who trained it to the 7th level could easily defeat those of the 9th rank of the martial path. Although this was limited to outside countries and not suitable for sex, it still reflected the power of this finger skill. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had perfectly merged Tornado Stance into Star Finger, raising its power to a whole new level. Tornado Stance. Star Finger. Zhao Feng took this chance to attack Ji Fingyun's opening. While chasing, Zhao Feng had used the profundity of Tornado Stance to the maximum, and his Star Finger's attacks had also become fiercer. This brat still has some strength left. Ji Fengyun was furious, but not only did he not turn the situation around, he was even being suppressed. He had been pushed back by Zhao Feng's attacks, so he was unwilling to retreat. He wanted to use his cultivation to turn the situation around. But unexpectedly, Zhao Feng's attacks had become fiercer, and he had found many openings on his body. Dang! 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 On the stage, Ji Fingyun's figure was pushed back by Zhao Feng's attacks. This scene caused the outer disciples below the ring to stare with their mouths agape. What's going on? Ji Fengyun is being suppressed. Everyone looked at Ji Fengyun, who was being pushed back. Not only were the outer disciples surprised, but even Deacon Qiu, who was in charge of judging, had a strange look in his eyes. The new outer disciples, such as Xiao Sun, Yun Mingxiang, and Lu Yu, were all stunned, as if they had been petrified. Of course, Ji Fengyun was a substitute inner disciple, and he was ranked 13th. How could he be suppressed by a youth at the 8th rank of the Consolidated Realm? Windmill Explosion. Ji Fengyun's body surged with a powerful wave of inner qi, which crazily rotated and compressed before exploding. Boom! A loud explosion erupted on the stage. The violent shock wave was like a whirlpool, enveloping a radius of 10 to 20 meters. The black rock, which was several times harder than ordinary steel, left behind a shallow pit, and there were also potholes nearby. The two figures were forcefully separated by the explosion of inner qi. Tung! Zhao Feng's body flipped several times in the air, his blood boiling as he landed on the ground. In the distance, Ji Fingyun's figure stabilized on the ground as his chest heaved up and down. There were a few holes on his clothes, which made him look slightly haggard. The battle that he had treated as a joke had become so intense and troublesome. This was something that he had never expected at the start of the battle. This brat's battle power is so terrifying. It looks like not only did Ji Fengyan not gain the upper hand, he even suffered a bit. The crowd discussed amongst themselves. No, one of the disciples at the half-step ascended realm said solemnly, even if Zhao Feng's speed and offense are strong enough to fight against those at the half-step ascended realm, how can he not be injured in such a clash? Unless the one who spoke was the substitute inner disciple Xia Dongyin, who had been challenged in the first round. Hearing his words, many people realized this as well. Unless Zhao Feng's body strengthening technique has reached a level where he can fight against those in the 9th rank. Wang Yang, who had been challenged in the first round, said, definitely. He mainly cultivates a mortal rank body tempering cultivation method, and his cultivation base is probably close to Hou Yuan, who's ranked 4th in the outer court. This gives him a strong foundation that allows him to fight against a half-step mortal shedding stage without sustaining any injuries. Xia Dongyin said with certainty. The words of the two at the half-step ascended realm revealed one of the foundations of Zhao Feng's strength. Normally, body-strengthening techniques became more difficult the further one progressed, let alone a mortal body-strengthening technique. In the outer disciple, it was extremely rare to find a disciple who could cultivate a mortal body-strengthening technique to the point where his body could fight against those in the 9th rank. Of the top 20 outer disciples, there were no more than 3. Amongst them, Hou Yuan, who was ranked 4th, was the strongest. With just his body alone, he could suppress those in the 9th rank and fight against those at the peak of the 9th rank. Brad Zhao, that's enough. I've only used 70% of my inner force just now. Now, you'll be in for a painful revenge. Ji Fingyun's face flickered as he released an even stronger inner strength from his body. His aura was close to the ascended realm level. Zhao Feng's expression was also solemn. Everyone understood that Ji Fengyan was going to use his true strength. Windmill water, splitting palm. A layer of condensed blue inner force surrounded Ji Fingyun's palm. As it spun at a high speed, a low hum could be heard. The instant that palm was thrust out, a chi-chi sound could be heard in the air. In one's vision, it was as if there was a wind hand that could split the sky and split the clouds. My God, he's actually learnt this move. If he hadn't trained his windmill chi manual to the 10th level, it would be hard for him to control this move. Xia Dongyin, who was ranked 20th, was shocked. Chapter 119. Windmill Water Parting Palm. Ji Fingyun's move shocked the outer disciples, showing his strength and foundation as the 13th outer disciple. Under this powerful palm, Zhao Feng felt his chest tighten, as if it was the heat before the storm. One star finger, tornado stance. Zhao Feng squeezed out all the power in his body, pushing Starfinger and Tornado Stance to the maximum. He also used all the power of Silver Wall technique. In an instant, the finger force that was like a bolt of lightning pierced through the void. Amidst the roar of the wind, it rose against the wind. Boom! A palm and a finger met in the huge wind pressure. The two forces intertwined, but there was no instant explosion. Everyone could only see the two on the stage being terrifyingly silent. After half a breath's time, the sound of a strong wave breaking through the void, creating a ravine. Boom! Zhao Feng's figure was pushed back tens of yards, and his face was pale, but he returned to normal the moment he landed on the ground. That exchange just then almost made him spit out blood. He didn't expect that a mortal skill at the peak of the max level could have such power in the hands of someone at the half-step ascended realm. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. Even if he won today, he couldn't deny that this was an intense battle. Up until now, he and Ji Fengyin had suffered some light injuries, and some of their clothes were torn. Whether it was the previous windmill explosion or the current windmill water-splitting palm, they were both extremely powerful moves. Windmill water-parting palm. Ji Fengyin continued to attack. This move of his could be used continuously, which allowed him to pour the inner strength of the windmill into his palm. Partial wind stance. Star finger. Zhao Feng's attacking style suddenly changed, and the finger power that shot through the air, turned into a dangerous arc partial wind stance, was the third stance of the 4 wind stances, and it mainly focused on offense. That day, Zhao Feng's Starfinger hadn't even reached the 7th level, and he hadn't fully comprehended the partial wind stance, but he was able to easily defeat Qin Feng. Now that both the partial wind stance and Starfinger had reached the max level, they could threaten those at the half-step ascended realm. Boom! Puff! Swoosh! Zhao Feng's attack was as sharp as an awl. It tore through the air and clashed with the windwheel water-parting palm. Qi! Combining the partial wind stance, Starfinger would occasionally slice through Ji Fengyun's windmill water divisible palm. Ji Fengyin was extremely shocked and started to attack even more ferociously. In terms of offense, Starfinger, which was infused with partial wind style, surpassed even his windmill water-parting palm. But the windmill water palm was a continuous attack. Although it wasn't as good as Starfinger, its continuous power was a level higher. Adding on the advantage of Ji Fengyun's cultivation, the effect was obvious. Puff! 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 Zhao Feng's attacks could cut through the windmill water divide palm from time to time, but he couldn't truly break this move. This move had Ji Fengyun's powerful inner strength at the half-step ascended realm backing it up. If one were to say that Zhao Feng's attack was like an arrow shot out from a bow, instantly powerful, then Ji Fengyun's move was like a chainsaw, continuously cutting. Zhao Feng used flowing wind stance, partial wind stance, and Starfinger to fight against Ji Fengyin for a long time, but he couldn't win. On the other side, cold sweat appeared on Ji Fengyun's forehead. The windmill water divisible palm was his strongest killing move, and it countered Zhao Feng's Starfinger. It wasn't that he didn't have any other powerful moves, but when he faced Starfinger, which had a powerful single target attack, it was useless. Only this windmill water divisible palm had both offense and defense. It had a strong continuous power and almost no flaws. Looking at the two who were in a long battle, the outer disciples were shocked. No matter who won or lost, this battle was definitely a dark horse. Zhao Feng's display of strength shocked many outer disciples. Xia Dongyun and Wang Yang, who were in the first round, looked at each other in shock. If any one of them had been in Zhao Feng's place, they would have been defeated. This was especially so for Zhao Feng's partial wind stance and Starfinger. It could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. From the current situation, it seemed that Zhao Feng and Ji Fengyin were evenly matched. As for who would win, it would depend on how long they could last. Both of their moves use up a lot of their inner strength. But Ji Fengyin is at the half-step ascended realm, so he'll definitely win. Wang Yang analyzed. The outer disciples discussed amongst themselves, and they all leaned towards Ji Fengyin. Why is this guy's inner strength so strong? Ji Fengyin, who was on the stage, wasn't optimistic, and he was extremely shocked. If it was a normal youth of the 8th rank, they would be exhausted after using such a move. Zhao Feng's returning breath technique gave him double the inner strength of those of the same rank, and at the same time, Silver Wall technique gave him a stronger foundation. According to Zhao Feng's left eye's analysis, if this continued, the odds of winning would be 50-50. From this, one could see that Ji Fengyun's true strength had exceeded Zhao Feng's expectations. If he challenged a lower-ranked inner disciple, such as Xia Dongyan, he would definitely win. But the difference between the 13th and 20th ranks wasn't small. Facing the 50-50 chance of winning, Zhao Feng wasn't willing to give up. As he fought, his gaze swept across Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan. Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan were both dazed, and their hearts were in their throats. Apart from being surprised, the two felt ashamed. As senior brothers, they had underestimated their own junior brother. From the strength that Zhao Feng had displayed, he definitely had the right to challenge a substitute inner disciple. What kind of monster is this Zhao Feng? His battle strength is also terrifying. Princess Yun Mingxiang took in a cold breath. Only now did she realize that Zhao Feng's talent in battle and martial arts wasn't any weaker than his pill-making. The two on the stage were in a tough battle. Ji Fengyin cried bitterly in his heart. Even if he won this battle, it would be extremely embarrassing. What if it ended in a draw? How would he be able to face anyone? Zhao Feng's left eye slowly opened as he analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Sometimes having a strong attack doesn't mean that you'll win. Different skills have different characteristics and styles, so there's a balance between them. Zhao Feng seemed to have understood something. At this moment, an azure glow appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Let's end this. Zhao Feng's figure suddenly leapt into the air and his attacking style changed. Mysterious wind palm. Tornado stance. A faint azure ball of wind condensed on Zhao Feng's palm, and it spun sharply, causing the surrounding wind to rip apart and condense. That move of his seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast, and it seemed to coincide with the surroundings. Not only was it his own strength, but it also seemed to borrow the power of the environment. Wang, the instant Zhao Feng slashed out, the azure glow on his palm started to spin, and the surrounding wind started to become more and more violent. It was like a whirlpool in the middle of a river, devouring everything in its path. That move, the expression of Deacon Qiu, who was hosting the battle, changed slightly. The mysterious wind palm that Zhao Feng had used came from the girl in the Blood Python Canyon. Now he had already comprehended the essence of this move and merged it into the tornado stance. Why didn't he merge the third stance, partial wind stance? Because Zhao Feng knew that the style of the tornado stance was more suitable for the mysterious wind palm, so it was easier to merge it in. Furthermore, the merging of these two stances was a powerful continuous attack that could be used to deal with Ji Fengyun's killing move. Windmill water splitting palm. Mysterious wind palm. Tornado stance. Two palm energies with similar styles rotated at high speed and intertwined with each other. In that instant, the black rock under his feet turned into black powder, and the dust covered tens of feet. In the midst of the black smoke, the windmill palm and tornado palm clashed together. At the start, Zhao Feng's mysterious wind palm slightly trembled before it started to devour and slash at Ji Fengyin. What kind of weird move is this? Ji Fengyun's expression changed, and he had difficulty breathing, as if he was in the middle of a whirlpool. Boom! Ji Fengyun's defense was broken, and his heart skipped a beat. In the next instant, Ji Fengyun's windmill water splitting palm collapsed as a feeling of being devoured spread from his arm to his entire body. Arg! Ji Fengyun screamed as his bloodied body was sent flying. Everyone took a look and saw over 100 wounds on Ji Fengyun's body, a ghastly sight. There were tens of wounds on Ji Fengyun's face as well. What a terrifying move! The outer disciples could feel their hair standing on end as they inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Although Ji Fengyin didn't suffer any heavy injuries from this move, the bloody gashes on his body caused everyone to shiver. That move is similar to our sect's heavenly wind god technique. Deacon Qiu muttered to himself with a surprised look on his face. On the stage, the two faced each other. Although Ji Fengyin had lost in that move, his injuries weren't heavy and he could still fight. Mysterious wind palm. Tornado stance. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as an azure glow appeared on his palm. The piercing aura caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble as they revealed expressions of fear. "I admit defeat." Ji Fengyan shuddered as the hundreds of wounds on his body warned him of how terrifying that move was. If Zhao Feng's attack had been just a little more powerful, his entire body would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. Admit defeat. The hearts of the crowd shook, but they weren't surprised by Ji Fengyan's decision. Looking at Ji Fengyun's disfigured face and the hundreds of wounds on his body, the crowd couldn't help but shiver in fear. This challenge goes to Zhao Feng. The winner, Zhao Feng, will become a substitute inner disciple, replacing the loser. Deacon Chio's voice echoed across the stage. At this moment, the outer disciples finally recovered from their shock, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Zhao Feng stood on the stage as he coldly scanned the crowd. The outer disciples, led by Chun Feng, felt their legs turn to jelly. They were scared out of their wits. There were two reasons why Zhao Feng had challenged Ji Fengyan. One was to establish his position in the outer disciples, and the other was to establish his prestige. From the looks of it, the effect was better than he had expected. The outer disciples were looking at him with fear in their eyes. The bloodied and disfigured Ji Fengyan was a living example. Chapter 120. In a building a few hundred yards away from the arena. Damn it! Lord Guanjuan's disciple dares to show off in the outer disciples? How can this happen? Quan Chen's face was filled with unwillingness as he slammed his hand down, causing the building below to tremble and almost collapse. Next to him was Ho Yuan, who was ranked fourth. The two watched the entire battle between Zhao Feng and Ji Fengyan. They thought that this would be a good show, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. This challenge turned out to be a huge dark horse. A new youth at the 8th rank of the Consolidated Realm had successfully challenged Ji Fengyan, who was ranked 13th and became the only substitute inner disciple whose cultivation was below the 9th rank. This brat is stronger than I thought, but he won't last more than 10 moves against me. Ho Yuan's eyes coldly stared at Zhao Feng. Quan Chin didn't doubt his words at all. The top 20 of the outer disciples, and those below the top 10 were still considered normal, half-step ascended realm. After entering the top 10, they started to deviate from normal. This was especially so for the top few outer disciples. They were all giants, and each of them had the ability to challenge a transcending mortality stage cultivator. For example, Ho Yuan had once challenged a cultivator at the first sky of the ascended realm. Rumor had it that the maniac who was ranked number 1 in the outer sect had defeated a transcending mortality stage powerhouse with his half-step transcending mortality stage cultivation base. Shua, unknowingly when a figure appeared behind the two. Vice, Deacon Wang. Quan Chin and Ho Yuan bowed. Deacons had to be at least at the 4th or 5th sky of the ascended realm in the clan. Of course, deacons like Lord Guanjuan didn't have much power in the clan. As long as they were at the ascended realm, they would be qualified. This Zhao Feng sure is surprising. Vice Deacon Wang was slightly surprised, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. In the sect, especially in the outer hall, it had been a long time since he had seen such a talented fighter. Vice Deacon Wang, you should know that this guy is the disciple of Lord Guanjuan Su Ran. But why? Quan Chin complained. This Vice Deacon Wang had a bit of a relationship with Hai Yun Master. It was just that after Hai Yun Master reached the upper echelons of the sect, their relationship became more distant. Zhao Feng is just a low-grade spiritual body cultivator. Although he is strong, his future achievements will be limited. Could it be that he would threaten an inner sect disciple like you, a high and mighty sect elder? If they were to offend 2 Vice Hall Masters at the same time for this insignificant character, it would be a loss that outweighed the gains. Even your master, Hai Yun Taoist, would have to think twice. Deputy Deacon Wang said non-committally. 2 Vice Hall Masters? You mean? Quan Chen's expression changed. Of course, he knew that what Deputy Deacon Wang said made sense. Zhao Feng was strong, but his achievements were bound to be limited. This was just like Lord Guanjuan back then. He was one of the top few in the outer disciples, and even fought with his master Haiyun Master for first place. At that time, Lord Guanjuan's battle strength wasn't weak, but in the end he was just someone at the edge of the clan. Deputy Deacon Wang didn't hide anything, and told him about how the two Vice Hall Masters had their eyes on Zhao Feng at the same time. This Zhao Feng was chosen by both Old Man Guan and Old Man Zhang. Quan Chen's mouth was wide open, and he instantly felt weak. Being an inner disciple, he obviously knew the status of the two Vice Hall Masters. These two were the top pill masters and array masters of the clan who had contributed a lot to the clan and were even older than his master Haiyun Master. In terms of power, Old Man Guan and Old Man Zhang were only below the elders. If the two of them were added together, even an elder would have to think twice. There was one more thing. Quan Chin didn't receive the permission of his master, Haiyun Master, when he attacked Lord Guanjuan's disciples. Haiyun Master was an elder of the clan and had a high status. He stood at the peak of the true spirit realm and looked down on everyone else like ants. He didn't lower himself to purposely make things difficult for a few ants who weren't that talented. Towards Quan Chen's actions, the most he could do was accept it and close one eye. Without the support of an elder, Quan Chen obviously didn't dare to offend the two Vice Hall Masters. Of course, Quan Chen wouldn't give up so easily. Even if he didn't dare to do it in the open, he could easily mess with a few ants in the dark. After the challenge was over, Zhao Feng let out a long breath. His body appeared slightly exhausted as he floated down in front of his two senior brothers. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. You've become a substitute inner disciple so quickly. We're all envious. Princess Yun Mingxiang was the first to congratulate him. At the same time, she couldn't help but inspect this youth from a new angle. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao has really helped us newbies vent our anger. That battle just then was too exciting. Brother Zhao has created a miracle. Some of the new disciples congratulated Zhao Feng and praised him. The Broken Moon clan had accepted a total of 22 disciples, and apart from Sun Yuanhao, there were a total of 21 people who had entered the outer clan. Of these 21 people, Zhao Feng was the first to enter the list of substitute inner disciples. Of course, there were some who weren't convinced. Low-tier spiritual body. So what if he's strong? He hasn't even reached the 9th rank of the consolidated realm. We'll catch up to him soon. Xiao Sun, who had the highest cultivation amongst the new disciples, had just recovered from the shock. In truth, even he had been stunned by Zhao Feng's performance on the stage, and his hair stood on end. He had to admit that Zhao Feng had succeeded in establishing his dominance. It could be imagined that not many people would dare to offend him in the future. Humph, you've let him succeed again. Lu Yu, or lightly harumphed, and her expression was slightly angry. But in her heart, she also felt a sense of joy. From the point of view of the outer disciples, Zhao Feng had turned defeat into victory, and had indeed helped them vent some of their anger. After the crowd left, Zhao Feng smiled and greeted his two senior brothers. Yang Qingshan and Nangong Fa looked at this junior brother with complicated feelings. Apart from the guilt in their hearts, there was also gratitude. That Ji Fengyin probably won't do anything to you after losing. Zhao Feng smiled and said to Yang Qingshan, after becoming a substitute inner disciple, Zhao Feng moved out of the living quarters of a normal outer disciple. In the outer disciples, substitute inner disciples received special treatment. They had their own buildings and had more freedom. They also received more resources from the clan. For example, an ordinary outer sect disciple would only receive 1 substandard crystal stone as a salary every month. As for the rest of the low-grade spirit pills, they would only receive 1 or 2. But after becoming a substitute inner disciple, The treatment they received was 3 times that. Apart from that, there were other special privileges as well. After reorganizing, Zhao Feng returned to the Grasswood Division. At the same time, Old Man Guan was busy making pellets. He asked one of his apprentices to reply to him. Old Man Guan said that you can have a day off. One of the apprentices said, "A day off?" Zhao Feng was a bit surprised. He then realized that Old Man Guan must have thought that he had lost the challenge and was injured badly, so he decided to give him a day off. Old Man Guan also asked me to give you these things. The apprentice handed him a few things. Blood healing pill, bone healing pill, waning moon healing pill. Zhao Feng had a weird look on his face. Old Man Guan thought that he had been beaten miserably on the stage. Blood healing pill and bone healing ointment were both precious pills. They were hard to find in the mortal world. Blood healing pill could heal internal injuries. As long as the injury wasn't too serious, it could heal quickly. The bone replenishing pill could reconnect broken bones and heal them quickly. And this marrow cleansing pill. The apprentice handed Zhao Feng another pill with envy. Marrow cleansing pill? Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard about the miraculous effects of this pill. The marrow cleansing pill could cleanse one's marrow and bones. It could improve one's body, and its effects were miraculous. This pill wasn't used to refine one's body, but it had a great effect on a cultivator's overall quality. Zhao Feng had even heard that the marrow cleansing pill could help a cultivator reach the ascended realm. Zhao Feng took the marrow cleansing pill and was a little excited. Old Man Guan was willing to give him such a precious pill. Even the substitute inner disciples would find it hard to get a marrow cleansing pill. Disciples at the half-step ascended realm would have a 20% higher chance of reaching the ascended realm if they took the marrow cleansing pill. On the same day, Zhao Feng returned to his house and immediately took the marrow cleansing pill. The effect of the marrow cleansing pill was relatively gentle. It slowly seeped into his flesh and bones, cleansing his organs. The whole process was like boiling soup, simmering slowly over a small fire. Of course, this was only for Zhao Feng, who had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Silver Wall technique. Zhao Feng practiced a mortal body tempering art, so his body was extremely strong and he had endured many powerful pills. If the marrow cleansing pill was used on normal people, its effect wouldn't be gentle. Zhao Feng circulated the returning breath technique and silver wall technique at the same time to absorb the effect of the pill. The effect of the pill was released faster, and a warm feeling brought with it a slight numbness. Zhao Feng could faintly feel that his body was being improved by the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. He focused and felt his left eye twitch. Thump, 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 thump. The twitching in his left eye became more obvious, and a strange warmth spread throughout his body, merging with the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. The mysterious left eye indeed has the effect of improving the body. Zhao Feng was even more certain of his guess. When he had first arrived at the Zhao family, his talent and comprehension had been average in all aspects. But after merging with the mysterious left eye, everything started to change. His originally mediocre body underwent a transformation as a result. If this eye came from an ancient god, how could it contain a normal body? Of course, before it recovered to its peak, it would change the environment it was in to adapt to the future when it became the ruler of the world again. Thump, 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 thump. Zhao Feng felt that the aura coming from his left eye was stronger than before. The effect of the marrow cleansing pill was several times stronger than before. In just half an hour, a layer of smelly liquid came out from Zhao Feng's body. The faint azure light in the dimension of his left eye had reached 8.4 feet. Zhao Feng felt that his mental energy had increased, and he felt like he had been reborn. At this moment, only a quarter of the effect of the marrow cleansing pill had been digested. Chapter 121. Because of his left eye, the effect of the marrow cleansing pill on Zhao Feng was much better than he had imagined. When a normal person took the marrow cleansing pill, they would at most expel the mucus once, but Zhao Feng expelled it 3 times. Zhao Feng was sure that the mysterious left eye could change his body just like the marrow cleansing pill, but the former was a slow process. At this moment, the mysterious left eye's ability combined with the marrow cleansing pill. Not only did it unleash the power of the pill, it also changed his body beyond the limit of the pill. His body expelled the impurities 3 times. The first time was the thickest and smelliest, and the next 2 times the smell became lighter. When he expelled the impurities for the second time, Zhao Feng felt that his silver wall technique had reached the peak of the 8th level, almost reaching the 9th level. The increase in his body's quality provided him with a strong foundation and motivation for body tempering. Using this chance, Zhao Feng started to cultivate the silver wall technique to the fullest. Finally, when he expelled the impurities for the 3rd time, Zhao Feng's silver wall technique reached the 9th level. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Reaching the 9th level of the silver wall technique was much faster than he had imagined. This was indeed a clan. The resources and opportunities here far exceeded those in other countries. A vice hall master casually gave him a medicinal pill, and it gave him the effect of being reborn. The higher the level of body tempering skills, the slower it was to progress. After reaching the 8th level of the silver wall technique, it was several times harder to progress compared to other mortal skills. This was also why there were so few outer disciples who chose body tempering skills as their main cultivation. Among the outer disciples, only Ho Yuan can compete with me in body tempering skills. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as his confidence increased. At the same time, he was looking forward to the next 2 levels of the silver wall technique. There were 11 levels to the silver wall technique. After reaching the 10th level, one's body would reach the ascended realm. The 11th level, perfect body, indestructible in furnace, indestructible in body refinement. Now that Zhao Feng had broken through to the 9th level, just based on his physical strength alone, he was already stronger than a normal 9th level solid realm expert. From his flesh to his bones to his meridians and internal organs, Zhao Feng's body was powerful from the outside to the inside. His bodily functions far surpassed those of ordinary people, far surpassing those of the same realm. Zhao Feng closed his eyes, and the faint green light in the dimension of his left eye extended to 8 feet, 8 feet, 9 feet. With the help of the marrow cleansing pill, his cultivation had basically reached the peak of the 8th level of the consolidated stage. After sitting cross-legged for 2 hours, Zhao Feng slowly got up and let out a long breath. Outside the courtyard, the sun had risen. Zhao Feng stood up and headed to the herbal hall. On the way, he purposely went to where Yang Qingshan and Nengong Fan were working. Yang Qingshan was currently applying fertilizer and watering. His work was much easier than before. Junior brother Zhao, ever since you established your dominance in the outer sect, these outer sect disciples have become much more restrained. Yang Qingshan smiled. Even though Yang Qingshan had to work hard every day, at least no one dared to scold or bully him. Zhao Feng nodded and went to where Nengong Fan was working. He's here. Qin Feng saw Zhao Feng from afar and he shivered. Ever since Zhao Feng defeated Ji Fengyun and became a substitute inner disciple, Qin Feng was filled with fear towards him. Zhao Feng purposely walked over and said a few words to Nengong Fan. It's all thanks to junior brother Zhao. Although I'm tired now, no one dares to bully me. Nengong Fan said gratefully as he patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. After seeing the two, Zhao Feng let out a breath. Soon he saw Old Guan in the herbal hall. How did you feel yesterday? Old man Guan said with a smile. Zhao Feng paused for a second before replying. Old Guan, the marrow cleansing pill was too good. After saying this, he thanked Old Guan from the bottom of his heart. The marrow cleansing pill was too expensive, and it was a dream item for cultivators below the ascended realm. What marrow cleansing pill? I'm asking you how you felt when you challenged the substitute inner disciple. Old Man Guan rolled his eyes. As one of the top pill makers in the clan, the marrow-cleansing pill was nothing to Old Man Guan. Ah, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that Old Man Guan didn't know that he had one. The substitute inner disciple was much stronger than I expected. If I was careless, I might have lost, Zhao Feng said in a roundabout way. N. Old Man Guan nodded his head, but his expression suddenly changed. Wait, what do you mean? You didn't lose? Yun Mingxiang and the other outer disciples can testify for me. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Although Yun Mingxiang knew the truth, she didn't dare to tell Old Man Guan about it. After all, Old Man Guan wanted to use this to knock Zhao Feng down and make him focus on pill making. Old Man Guan didn't believe it, so he called Yun Mingxiang over. Under the vice head's aggressive gaze, Yun Mingxiang said weakly, Brother Zhao did win by a narrow margin yesterday. He beat the substitute inner disciple Ji Fengyin. Narrow margin? Old Man Guan felt a little better, but he was still surprised. He knew how strong a substitute inner disciple was. Each of them was at the half-step ascended realm. What's the rank of that substitute inner disciple? Old Man Guan asked casually. 13th. Yun Mingxiang said carefully, afraid that she would be drowned by Old Man Guan's anger. What? 13th. Old Man Guan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He stared at Zhao Feng as if he was looking at a monster. If he had only beaten the substitute inner disciple who was ranked 20th, it could be attributed to luck. However, the opponent that Zhao Feng had defeated was ranked 13th. Knowing the truth, Old Man Guan was half happy and half worried. Old Man Guan admitted defeat on this matter, so he didn't think too much about it. Next, he gave Zhao Feng some tasks. This time, Old Man Guan gave Zhao Feng some basic pill-making books. Although these books were also basic pill-making, they were much more difficult than basic understanding of pill-making. Each of them was at least as difficult as Fireheart Sutra. Apart from that, Old Man Guan also allowed Zhao Feng to watch him make pills. Some pill makers had their own methods, and other than disciples and servants, they wouldn't let anyone else watch. Old Man Guan was one of the best pill makers in the clan. Old Man Guan treated Zhao Feng like a disciple. Yun Yao also allowed Zhao Feng to watch her make pills to show her goodwill. That's good too. I have a few important pills that the clan asked me to make, so I can't leave. Old Man Guan nodded his head, thinking that he owed Yun Yao a favor. Just like that, Zhao Feng started to learn about pill making. In the next few days, he spent most of his time watching the process of making pills. The pills that Pill Master Yun Yao refined were relatively simple. On one hand, her pill-making skills weren't as good as Old Man Guan's. On the other hand, she had been teaching Princess Yun Mingxiang. Zhao Feng got to spend time with Yun Mingxiang every day, learning how to make pills. Sometimes he could even try it out in front of the furnace. When Yun Yao was making pills, she would occasionally explain. When they were learning, Yun Mingxiang would often ask questions. Zhao Feng kept silent most of the time and rarely asked questions. Yun Yao was also secretly watching Zhao Feng. She found that when she was putting in the ingredients, controlling the fire, and opening the furnace, Zhao Feng was paying attention to her. Although Zhao Feng didn't ask many questions, he always hit the nail on the head. During the day, Zhao Feng would watch Yun Yao make pills, and he would also watch Old Man Guan make pills. Old Man Guan's method was a bit more complicated, and it was dazzling to watch. However, no matter how complicated the method was, under Zhao Feng's left eye, there was no secret to it. In comparison, Zhao Feng liked to watch Yun Yao make pills. The process was simple, easy to understand, and easy to learn. During the day, Zhao Feng learned how to make pills, and at night, he didn't stop cultivating. If he spent a long time in the pill refining room, if he was lucky, he would be able to get 1 or 2 low-tier pills. This was something that cultivators at the body consolidation realm couldn't even dream of. 4 to 5 days later, Yun Yao started to test Yun Mingxiang and Zhao Feng's progress. Yun Mingxiang could answer most of the questions, but there were still some that she didn't understand. Zhao Feng basically answered everything he knew. Yun Yao sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but admit that Zhao Feng's talent in pill making far surpassed Yun Mingxiang's. Because of the things she taught her, Yun Mingxiang took longer to learn, and Zhao Feng came a few days later than her. Of course, this didn't mean that Yun Mingxiang's talent in pill making wasn't good. In reality, Yun Mingxiang's talent in pill making was better than most of the other alchemists Yun Yao had met. Furthermore, she was diligent and knew how to study. Auntie, Zhao Feng has a photographic memory. In terms of learning ability, how can I compare to him? If we really talk about pill making, he might not be able to compare to me. Yun Mingxiang wasn't convinced. Hearing this, Yun Yao felt that it made sense. Zhao Feng had a photographic memory and was extremely talented. At least in theory, Yun Mingxiang couldn't compare to him. Even she couldn't compare to him. The next day, in the pill-making room. Today, I'll let the two of you practice pill making. I won't interfere during the process, and I won't give you any hints. Yun Yao said to the two, the pill you'll be refining is the blood accumulating pill. Even if you fail, it's just a few low-grade ingredients, so you can try it. Hearing that they were going to practice pill making, Zhao Feng became excited. The blood accumulating pill was a reward from the Zhao clan's martial gathering. This pill could increase a cultivator's cultivation, but it didn't have much effect on cultivators above the 7th consolidated realm. In the clan, this pill was completely worthless and was only given to disciples to practice with. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. In different worlds, the difference in starting points was too big. Even in the same clan, the difference in starting points between inner and outer disciples was also huge. This made Zhao Feng think of Beimua and Sun Yuanhao. They had directly entered the inner clan and become the disciples of an elder, so they had a higher starting point. Inside the pill-making room, Yun Yao put the ingredients away and let the two pill-making apprentices try it out. Sister Yin, you go first. Zhao Feng waved his hand. Yun Mingxiang had a cautious expression as she started to arrange the ingredients. Start the fire and control the fire. The key to pill making was controlling the fire. Whether the fire was high or low, it would affect the effect of the pill making. Poof! While he was controlling the fire, the flame under the alchemy furnace suddenly went out. Immediately after, the alchemy furnace let out a hum and lightly shook. Ah! Yun Mingxiang exclaimed as her face lost all color. Just as she was about to try and save it, the furnace started to emit a strange smell. It smelled like a fart. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh, as if he had seen through what was going on. Yun Mingxiang became angry and her face turned red. What are you laughing at? If you have the ability, try it yourself.